Join us for our early bird special. Every day at 8 a.m. we will offer you an incredible saving on a fantastic product. This offer is for one day only and while stocks last, so join us early to not miss out on some incredible savings.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Sewing Quarter. I'm Natasha McCarthy and I'm here ready with your early bird special. So for those of you that are up and early on your Saturday, not having a lie-in, we salute you and we have a little something special for you. Oh yes, Guttman thread. 8 spools of Guttman thread, 100 metres on each, that's 800 metres in total, plus your clips. So handy all round, one of those staples that you're going to use all the time. You've got your basic core colour of threads here. So the ones these are your workhorses. These are the ones you're going to use day in, day out. Should be $15.99. We are going to save £4 today. So for $11.99, 8 spools of Guttman polyester universal threads and your fabric clips as well. Just fantastic. 10 fabric clips in there and your Guttman threads. This is a cracking value pack. Now you see, these are not the threads that are super beautiful colours or anything like that. These are the ones that we have to use. That are the ones that you use day in, day out. Like I say, they are your workhorses. So these are the ones that you might not want to spend lots and lots and lots of money in because you kind of go, well, they're not my really pretty colours, but they are your useful colours. And they are the ones that you use every single day. Now, if we sell these threads separately and they come in just under £2 a thread, don't they? Just under 180, there you go, 180. So, 8 lots of that. $14.40. So already you've made a saving without including your 10 clips. Wonder clips on their own are $7.99. These are not Wonder clips, they are the Guttman version of, but still, a clip's a clip, isn't it? Fabulous. A clip's a clip. And very handy to use instead of pins, especially if you're bag making, things like that, working with fabrics that you don't want to pin. If you're working with our PU or leather, things like that. Or maybe just fabrics like denim, which are quite difficult sometimes if it's a thick denim to get your pins through. Clip. Clip, clip, clip. Or if you're binding, I did some binding on a quilt the other day. I clipped it all. I didn't use a single pin, especially as I knew that quilt was going to be for my little one. I didn't want to have any lost pins in that anywhere. Clips are your saviour. And for this incredible value pack here, you're laughing. Now nearly half of that stock has gone already. These are the colours that you will use day in, day out. It's always good to have a stock of them. And you've got some great ones there that will basically, we always say, if you want your stitching to disappear, use something like that or something like that, because they will somehow, magically, they sort of disappear. Lots of you multi-buying here, which is perfect. I mean, a great gift, actually, because whether or not people have those thread colours, they're going to use them again. They are the ones that always run out in my workroom and that I always have to keep a spare of, and I'm gutted if it runs out mid-project. So pop it in your basket, and of course you get all your clips as well. It's win-win, isn't it? Whichever way around you look at it, it is win-win. So $11.99, saving £4. Nice. And if you are a new buyer, we've got something even more special for you. So if you are a new buyer with us today, then you're going to get 2 meters of fabric, and it's a kind of a lucky dip, which I like because it encourages me to possibly use fabrics that I wouldn't have bought, but actually I then really enjoy working with. 2 meters of fabric in there today as your free customer gift for anybody buying with us for the very first time. Maybe this is it. Maybe you're going, hang on, yes, no, I need all of that. Maybe you're just starting out. Maybe you've got a friend that's just starting out. We've now got less than 20 of these left. So if you are an early bird, please check out your basket. That starts off your P&P. As soon as you check out, then that is your $2.95 P&P all day. You don't find this on lots of other channels. This is it, $2.95 P&P per day. That's it. You could buy 8 sewing machines. It's still going to be $2.95 P&P per day. It's added at the end of the day at midnight. That P&P gets applied. So everything that you've bought throughout a day, you won't have P&P until midnight when that $2.95 gets added. Right, now then, this morning, let's have a look what we've got coming up for you today. So Debbie, it's been ages since I've worked with Debbie, and so lovely to have her here. She's got her wardrobe. Well, not her actual wardrobe. She's wearing her actual wardrobe, but she's got a scop and a terp. That's what we've got with Debbie Shaw. Then 9 a.m. we've got June Taylor's Patchwork and Appliqué. So if you want some really handy tools, tune in for 9. 10 o'clock Debbie's back. And this is her final piece of the wardrobe. Oh yes, and that's a lovely pair of trousers. Then 11 a.m. Fabulous Fabrics Roundup. We've got brand new fabrics for you. Everything from cats to Wizard of Oz to dragons. We've got it at 11 a.m. And then at noon, we've got quilting, tools and accessories. So if you've got any questions about how tools work, that is your hour. There is no question that is too silly. Just message in and we'll try and get to the bottom. There you go. And here's how you do get in touch. So head to the website, www.sewingquarter.com, head there, click on watch, and then scroll down. That's how you can message us. You might be watching on your phone, you might be watching on your tablet, you might be watching on your TV, but this is how you would get in touch. Message the studio there, say good morning, messages for me, for Debbie. It's just us here today. And then products from today's shows, that is where you'll find it. The early bird will sell out, so please check out your baskets. So anything that you see from the shows will be down underneath there. That's how you can access those without having to rummage through the website. Although I would always recommend a good rummage. You can't beat a good rummage. Now, this morning, if you've got any photos or anything else that you'd like to send to us, then that is our email, which is studio@sewingquarter.com. So if you've got any photos that you'd like us to show, maybe you've been frantically dressmaking, then do send in your photos for that. And if you send in photos, we assume that it's okay to use them. Right, let's have a look. We've got some patterns for you today. We've got a top. Here we go. So we're talking about using stretch fabrics. And this is the top that you can make. Can I step to the side and give it a little twirl? Ba, 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 ba. There we go. Da, 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 da. So all these patterns are brand new today. So if you would like to get this top, and Debbie says it's an easy one, then here we go. We've got two different sizes for you. Let's go 6 to 14, which is going to be here. And these are McCall's patterns. You can make this 4 to 14. Oh, that's American sizing, so isn't it? So that'll be like that'll be a size. Is it a size bigger with Americans? It is. We're a size bigger than Americans. Yeah. And on this, you can make short sleeve versions, no sleeve versions, long sleeve versions. It's entirely up to you. So there we go. These are your different options down there, which is great. Multiple uses in one. Can we get any closer to see those? I don't know. And if you are having a look, then on the website, hopefully the second image will be of all of the sizing so you know how much fabric to get. So that will be your second image so that you can have a look at all of your, and that's $9.99, all of your different fabric amounts there. So that's 4 to 14. In normal British sizes, that would be 6 to 16. And here we go. This is then the next size up. So depending on which size you are, we try and cover all sizes, all shapes and sizes on the show. $9.99. Now, we don't have time to demonstrate this today, but we do have it. This is what it looks like. So you've got lots of different versions: short sleeve, vest top, long sleeve. So very, very versatile. There we go. And this is what it looks like. This is it. This is the top. Ba, 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 ba. There you go. And this fabric is available on the show today as well. Ba, 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 ba. There it is. And because we're working with jersey, with a little bit of stretch today, so we're going to make the skirt and we're going to try and get it done on the show. That is our challenge. So the smallest size is this one here. So if you'd like this today, and you can make all sorts of different lengths, A-line and straight. These are all your variants. It's easy, see, easy. So maybe this is your first foray into the wonderful world of dressmaking, in which case you're in safe hands because Debbie's here. And that's $9.99. There we go. Now, if you'd like next size up, then here we go. And you can shorten, lengthen, All of those different choices, A-line or pencil. These are your classics. These are the ones that don't go out of style. They're always in fashion. Always, always. They should be in your wardrobe as a staple. Lots and lots of customization there. There we go. Let's give you some fabrics then before we get over to Debbie. Now, hey, why not? So what we're going to be demoing, yeah. Imagine that as a skirt with just a black top. Nice. Black tights, done. Stilettos, nice. 96% viscose, 4% spandex, and that is 145 centimeters selvage to selvage. So that is your dressmaking width there. Jersey fabric, and that is £8.49 per half a metre. There we go. We're not going to... sorry, give it to Debbie. Oh, Debbie. Oh, there we go, Debbie. Now, this is the top that I'm wearing. This is the fabric for that. So maybe you want it as a top, maybe you want it as a bottom. It's entirely up to you. 96% viscose and 4% spandex. Again, that's £7.99 per half a metre. And how wide is that? 145. Nice. Very nice. Good job. Pop that in your baskets. Now, here we go. If you are just going for your classic jersey in a navy, this is beautiful soft touch for a jersey. 95% cotton, 5% elastane, and that's just £5.99, and that's 150 wide. So there we go. This will be a nice weight for your winter. If you're making a skirt out of that or a top, you're winning. So all of these fabrics today suitable for the top or the bottoms that we've got for you. Now this is your Ochre Trees in Bloom. I actually have a top out of this and it's lovely. I've worn it on the shows before now. So this is 95% modal and 5% elastane, and that's 150 wide with a very pretty print on there. There you go. That's your 150 wide. Boop, boop. It's quite a lightweight jersey, that one. I like it. My top is a lovely weight in that. Really pretty. Now, this is the one that we've got the finished sample of the skirt in, which is just behind me there. Again, good bit of stretch in that. 96% viscose, spandex. This 135 wide. So it's got a good bit of stretch. This is really stretchy actually. Whee! There it is. Possibly not made to go with the top. Unless you just want all the colours. All the colours. Now, this is the dress that Debbie was wearing yesterday. Well, it's not the dress, it's the fabric for the dress. This is your large peony. And again, perfect for, oh gosh, imagine a nice pencil skirt out of that. Lovely, lovely. £7.99 per half a metre, 96% viscose, 4% spandex, 145 centimetres wide, selvage to selvage. We are whizzing through these because we're only going to do this once because we want to get as much demoing out of Debbie's demo as physically possible. So we'll go through these, then look down underneath where you can watch us live to find all of these on the website, okay? All of these fabrics have been chosen for today's show because they are perfect for the top and the skirt, okay? So if you're going, well, what would I make out of them? The skirt and the top. Now this is another 96% viscose, 4% spandex, 150 centimetres selvage to selvage. What a lovely colour that is. Next one is a lovely stripe. There's a lot of fabrics here, isn't there? So we're just going to whiz through. That's why we're not going to do them again. We'll just do them once. Oh, now this is going to be gorgeous as a skirt. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it's lovely. It's got a sort of a raised rib on it. So that is your Ponte Roma. Nice. So this has got a slight stretch to it because it's your jersey. It's polyester spandex mix. That's gonna, that will probably hold you more. Nice. Then we've got a smaller stripe. This is a, oh gosh, this is going to do funny things on the camera. Just, that's what stripes do. So I'm just going to hold that there gently. This is your nautical navy stripe, lightweight jersey fabrics. This is 100% viscose, so a nice natural fabric there. This would make a lovely top and a lightweight skirt. Perfect for your holidays. Now, here we go. Look at this. Oh, there we go. There is an address behind us. And again, there's your stretch in there. This is your pebble moss jersey. So let's have a quick look at that dress. So that's the sort of thing that it's going to look like when it's made up. It's great. I love that modern twist. Looking good. So maybe you want the green, the moss. We called it apples and oranges, but it's not. It's moss or paprika. And this is your orange version. Sorry, paprika version. Whee! $7.99 per half a metre. That's your pebble paprika. Pick up a pebble paprika. $7.99. What width is that? Chris, do we know? Do we know what width that is? 145. Right, next one. Woo, look at this. We've only got a few more to go. We will get over to Debbie. Oh, look at this speckled stripe. Yeah, yellow and green speckled stripe. It's lovely. 94% cotton there. 6% elastane. Lovely and fresh, those colours, aren't they? $7.99. Now this is 162 wide. This is super wide. Pop it in your basket. Oh, nice mustard. Ochre, as it's otherwise called. But there it is. This is your jersey. Very, very soft. It's really super soft touch. Beautiful. Perfect to see you into autumn. $5.99 per half a metre. Yeah, why not? Right, another stripe. Again, this is your. This is the same as the yellow, but in a different colourway. It's lovely, isn't it? Lovely soft grey. And again, 94% cotton, 4% elastane. This is your Avalana jersey. And so is that, again, 162 wide? Oh, sorry, 6% elastane. Did I say 4? Sorry. Right. Any more? We've got 2 left. What a mess I'm making on the desk. Gosh. Oh, this is very pretty. I love this. Here we go. That's going to be stunning. Top or bottoms, it's going to be fabulous. This is your rust stripe. Again, 94% cotton, 6% elastane, 162 wide. $7.99 per half metre. What choice we've got for you. But that's good because then you can have a look and you can see all of these are suitable for these projects. Now this is your sage spot on white. 95% viscose, 5% elastane. Looks like it's got little pineapples in there. 148 wide. And that's $4.99 per half metre. There we go. Right. Let's move that over to there. Made a right old mess. Let's go and say hello to Debbie. Hello.
Hello.
So good to see you.
Thank you.
It's been a little while, hasn't it?
Years. Well, I saw you at the
We've
NEC.
always bumped into each other, but years to be, you know.
Yeah.
Nice. It's all good. Now, the top. Easy, easy.
It's a very easy top to make. The only extra things you're going to need, I would suggest, is a ballpoint needle. But your regular sewing machine, a little zigzag stitch. A beginner could quite easily make this. It's a very simple. This one was actually made by Adele, one of my design team, in about an hour and a half. They rushed them through this
No
time.
way.
Yeah.
An hour and a half. Amazing. Now you said to me, because I said, yeah, but what about, you know, putting in the seams up here, putting in sleeves, and you said
It's a lot easier to set in a sleeve in a stretch fabric than it is to do in a woven fabric. If you've ever made a dress before with set-in sleeves, you'll have read the instructions. You maybe in a custom dressmaker, and you will do a couple of running stitches around the crown of the sleeve and then draw it up to ease it into the armhole. This is stretchy fabric. You don't need to ease it. So what I would do is to pin around the bottom section and then leave the stitches, pin the top into the shoulder and then leave the stitches open here. And then instead of easing the sleeve in, you can stretch this out. So it makes it so much easier and you'll get a perfect fit.
Because people get scared of jersey and actually for that, far easier.
It's a lot easier. Yeah. If ever you've set in a sleeve before and you've got little puckers, or you think, actually, I may as well just put a gather in the top because it's going to gather anyway. Because this stretches, it has a recovery, so it'll go back again without any puckering. Perfect. Jersey is so simple to use. It's so forgiving.
Why does it get such a bad press then?
I really don't know. I really don't know. If you're a beginner sewer, you've got no zips, you've got no darts. In the skirt, you've got a bit of elastic, you've got a bit of interfacing, but there's none of the complications of sewing a fitted dress. If you don't sew it absolutely perfectly, it stretches, it's got the give. It's comfortable, so you can move without it feeling tight, and you can make this as tight or as loose as you want to. I mean, this is a loose fitting top on you. It is. If you wanted a skinny tight t-shirt, make it smaller.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a size 14, by the way, and it's very generous, I can tell you, because it's very generous, 14. But and it feels comfy, easy to move, and like you say, I could stretch, I could do all sorts of things in it. Morag says, good morning ladies, watching on the app as up at Loch Lomond, having a chilled weekend. Waiting on the trousers.
Oh, that's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we've got skirts and tops for you in between. Now, we're going to actually demo the skirts today.
Yes.
Super easy skirts.
Yes, practically from start to finish. So I was saying you could make this up in an hour, so we're going to try. Because we haven't quite got an hour, so I've already cut out the pattern pieces. But I just wanted to explain a little bit about the patterns if you haven't used a pattern before, if you are brand new to sewing, because there's important information on here and on the instructions that you need to take note of before you start to sew. So first of all, choosing your fabric and choosing your size. Your sizes are actually on the top here. You've got 2 pattern sizes, but all of the sizes are here, so you can take you through those. Don't go by your regular dress size, you go by your measurements. So if, like for instance, I'm normally a dress size 12, but I'd go maybe a 14 or even a 16 because I've got quite a big waist. So ignore that. You haven't got a label in the back of your skirt. Nobody's going to know what size you're making up, but always go by your inches.
That's the key point here, isn't it? Go by your measurements. I mean, we've already discussed this morning that actually that might be an American sizing, you know, when it says it's from size 4 to whatever. We don't have size 4s in the UK, so it must be an American one. So that would be a size 6 equivalent. So already there's a discrepancy over the sizing of it, hence go by your inches.
And you do tend to find that a lot of patterns are based on sizes that were around in the 1950s. And considering that Marilyn Monroe was supposedly a size 16 and she was tiny, just go by your measurements, not by sizes. So the maximum size on up to the 14 is 28, so that's 23 to 28 if you're going to go to the smaller pattern, and on the larger pattern it's a size 16 is a 13-inch waist up to 37. You're using stretch fabric, so if you don't mind that being fitted and you're a larger size than that's your waist, then you can, just make it a bit bigger. Sizes go up in half-inch increments, and because this is such a simple shape, if you wanted to make that size, 22 into a 24, add ½ an inch to the side.
Yeah, if you've got one of the rulers, the dressmaking rulers, you can just add that on, can't you?
A French curve just down here. If you wanted to make that into a size 26, add an extra inch to the side. It's, this isn't rocket science. And because it's a stretch skirt with no darts or anything else, literally all you need to do to make it bigger is to make it wider. Perfect. Likewise, if you are teeny tiny or you're making it for a child, then come in ½ inch increments and make it smaller. It's really simple.
Or use your pattern paper as well, because I mean, look how many different variations there are on here. You go from A to I. Yeah. So if you use pattern paper and then you don't have to actually cut into your pattern paper, and you've got all of those options.
That's such a good idea. The way the patterns are laid out, there's one for the A-line skirt and one for the straight. Yeah. So you've got 2 sets of patterns, not all of those. So if you do cut this one off and make a mini skirt out of it, you've lost all of that. So that's such a good idea to trace it off.
It just makes it go that bit further.
Because if you love these sizes of skirts, you'll make them over and over again.
Well, you will. And also, I mean, for me, I'm going back down again, having gone very much out, coming back down, and so far I've lost 4.5 stone.
Oh, wow.
So that's a lot of stretch. It's a lot of stretch.
Yeah.
And actually, if I'd have just gone on that, then I'd have lost so many different options.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So
make them go
incredibly
further.
versatile. On the back of your fabric again, of your pattern, you've got a black bar here and then a white bar, and this is to gauge the stretch of your fabric. Any of the fabrics that you're buying in the show today are absolutely fine, but just to explain what it's for. So if you hold your fabric against the black bar and then stretch it, it should go to the white bar. If it goes loads further, that's fine, but you need to have that much stretch in your fabric.
That much stretch.
Yes.
I always forget that's there. It's really handy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really useful to have. Because it might be that once you've made it, you've got other fabrics. You go, I wonder if that would work in. Then you've got it and you can check it, because this will be one that you love and come back to again and again and again.
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
So I've already cut out the pattern pieces in a size 14 just to save a bit of time. So this is the pencil skirt, and you've got cut here for A or cut here for C down here, or a D. So those are all the different lengths. But what you'll also see on the pattern is lengthen or shorten here. And that's really important, because if you want, say you're going to go for the shortest skirt, but you're very petite and you want to make it even shorter, you're not going to shorten it just by turning up the hem. The lengthen or shorten is actually here. So you're going to fold that up by the amount that you want to shorten it and put some tape across it.
So that's if you've got a shorter waist.
Yes.
I'm quite short in the waist, I'm long in the leg. So for me, that might be actually an adjustment that I would need to make. But if I wanted to actually lengthen the skirt length,
then
that would happen.
On this one,
you'll lengthen or shorten
it would happen here, because this is a straight skirt.
Yeah.
On the A-line skirt, it would be higher up because it's that shape. So you can't just shorten it and keep its shape.
Okay.
But it's all explained in the patterns. To gauge whether this is going to be the right body length for you, if you see a symbol like this, a circle with a cross in the middle, that's an apex.
Right.
So on a dress, you'll see that on the bust, you'll see it on the crown of the arm, you'll see it on the hips, and basically that's the bit that sticks out the most. So can we do it on you, because you're a bit taller than me?
Yeah, go on, I'll even stand on tiptoes.
So that goes around your waist. Where's your hip bone?
Hips there.
There. Okay, so the apex is too low for you, because that's
But
there.
that's not the bit that sticks out the most, because I've got a little bit there that sticks out the most.
But that's your hip.
That's my hip.
We're not talking about that bit. So what you would do then is to raise that up. So you can raise that up so it's in the perfect place.
So I would need to shorten it then, as I said. Yeah. Okay.
In the body. But then you can lengthen the length.
Okay.
Because obviously if you're shortening from here, it's going to be a bit shorter.
And so my little bit that comes out a bit from there, that'll be taken up in the
stretchy
stretch.
fabric. Yeah.
Perfect.
Or if you've got a big difference between your waist and your hips, you can grade from one size to another. So the smallest size here is a size 6. If you've got a teeny waist and you're a size 6 on the waist, but you've got a larger hip, just very slowly or very gently draw a curve all the way across from one size to another. So you may be a size 14 on your hip and a size 6 on the waist, but you can adjust, and that's the same for any pattern. Just follow the curve so you can go from here all the way across to here.
Perfect.
That's simple.
Okay.
To be honest, I've made a few of these skirts because I've had these patterns for ages. I've never adjusted them. I just make it up.
And
they're just
they're forgiving, aren't they?
They're very
And that's why it's
forgiving.
a great place to start.
So I've pinned one piece. Also on your instructions, it'll give you the best way to fold your fabric to make the most out of it as well. So let's snip into here. I do find, to be honest, the easiest way to cut jersey fabrics or stretch fabrics is with the rotary cutter.
Right.
You'll need a large cutting mat and a big area to keep the fabric all flat, because it will want to drape off the table.
Okay.
It will distort.
Okay.
If you're using scissors, don't use scissors, use shears.
Right.
Because then all of the cutting area is going to be on the table. If you're lifting this up with a pair of scissors, then again you can distort the shape.
I didn't know the difference between scissors and shears.
Scissors are symmetrical, so that's a pair of shears because it's got a bigger handle at the bottom, and the blade sits flat on the table. And scissors are like the little ones over there, the silver ones.
Oh,
no, they're
that's
clips,
a needle
aren't
thread,
they?
but yeah, I know what you mean. Okay.
But yeah, scissors have symmetrical handles at the top, so you only put one finger and you thumb through them.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, that's the
Every day's a learning day. Angie in Cambridgeshire says, hi, absolutely love the show. Been watching from the
good.
day it was launched.
Oh.
Love it. Thank you. That's good, because we're coming up for, it'll be 3 years in the new year.
Is it 3 years?
Yeah. It's been a while. Been a while.
Right, just snip across the waist.
That is right, isn't it? It's 3 years old.
Wow. There are markings to transfer on here as well, and you'll find that on most dress patterns, if you see 2 triangles, it's the back and the back seam, and if it's 1 triangle, it's the front seam. These are both side seams, so we're just going to match them up together. So I like to snip into the seam allowance. You've got a 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. So if I snip into that so I can mark where those points are, it's not going to interfere with the stitches.
You can snip into it, you can mark it. Some people I've seen when they've cut out, they do it
They cut
outwards,
a triangle out.
But I've always forgotten by that stage and I've generally cut it off. So
I don't think by putting a couple of slits in there is going to weaken your seam at all.
No.
So I find that the easiest way to do it. But that's important because with any dress pattern, you basically got pieces like a jigsaw puzzle that have to fit together. So if that's mismatched, then the whole thing isn't going to work. Okay, so that's that one. Oh, just to mention as well, there is a casing for the waistband that I've already cut out because there is elastic in the waistband. There's also another piece here which I haven't cut out because you don't need to, and this is just the length of your elastic. So for my size 14 that I'm making here, that's the length of the elastic that I'm going to need for
but
it.
is
That's
this
just
going to
a
sit
gauge.
up on the actual waist?
Yes.
It is high-waisted as it
It's high-waisted.
would now be called now. So could you, if you're in any way, shape or form worried about the sizing, could you just wear that, tie it on and wear it around your waist?
Yes.
And then you'd know that you were getting it exactly for you?
Absolutely. That's not set in stone. That can be as tight or as loose as you want it to be. And if you wanted a deeper waistband, or you've got some really thick elastics, it's kind of it's like a girdle, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's quite comforting.
Double
the width. So this is going to be folded in half, so that's the width of the waistband. If you want it bigger, just double it, make it as deep as you like.
Oh, perfect.
That'd be quite nice actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Or maybe if you like to wear your skirts lower as well, have a really deep waistband. Nobody's going to say, hang on a minute, that's a McCall's pattern, that shouldn't be worn like that.
And if they do, they're not your friend, as far as I'm concerned.
No, there are no McCall's police. Right, so I'm going to cut the second piece out in the same way, and then we'll get sewing.
Okay, whilst you do that, I've got a question.
Okay.
Susie says,
Hi,
good
Susie.
morning. I'm smaller on the top than around the hips. Which size should I do? She can follow the pattern, but not good at adjusting. But as Debbie just showed, if you start with that waist, the waist size there that you actually are, and then again the hip size that you actually are, and then just grade between the two.
So on I think Susie's talking about a dress, maybe.
No, I think it's for this.
For this,
yeah.
You go by your hip size. It's easier to take in the waist than it is to let out the hips.
Yes.
So you go for the widest part of your hips, and then you can grade that into the waist.
Yeah.
If it is a dress you're looking at, go for your bust size.
Okay.
And then you'll alter the hips to fit the bust, because it's easier than going for your hip size and then trying to alter the top to match it.
Start with the skirt.
Start with your bottom bit.
Sue in Bridgend says, hi Debbie and Natasha, loving the tips. I have a problem with hems on stretch fabric. Can you help please? Thank you, from Sue in Bridgend.
A cover stitch machine is a bit of a luxury, but that'll do the trick for you beautifully. Otherwise, where are we? If we don't cover it in this show, we will cover it in the next one. Twin needle sewing. You'll need a twin ballpoint stretch or jersey needle, and you'll need to sew from the top, because a twin needle will give you 2 rows of stitches at the top. So you've got 2 threads coming from the top of your machine and 1 bottom bobbin thread. The bobbin thread zigzags from side to side. Yeah. So you need to sew from the top to get your 2 rows of stitches. When you fold your fabric underneath, you're not going to see what you're sewing. So I normally make a chalk mark. I did cover this actually in the 10 o'clock show yesterday. I make a chalk mark where I can feel the lump of the hem, and then use that as a guide to sew over the top. But the right needle is really, really important. Okay. If you don't want that kind of look, there's no need with jersey fabric to double hem anything, because it doesn't fray. Yeah. It's not good. I mean, you don't have to hem, you know, if you like that kind of look. It does add a nice bit of weight, but just fold it under once and then sew. Don't stretch it as you sew. Actually, if you wanted to stretch it as you sew, you get a nice little fluted edge to your garment. So
nice.
That's a choice.
So you can just fold it under and then just stitch.
And then just stitch, yes.
Okay.
Use a stretch stitch on your sewing machine.
So a zigzag.
A very tiny zigzag.
Okay.
Or you may have a lightning stitch, which is like a slanted zigzag.
I call that the Harry Potter stitch. Because it's like his lightning scar.
Or there's a I do that with pins all the time, you know. I have very perforated fingers. The triple straight stitch, which looks on your machine like 3 rows of dots like this,
Yes.
but it's actually a back stitch.
Yes.
And that'll give you a bit of stretch as well.
Lovely.
Right. I'll get sewing in a minute.
Well, but this is the thing, isn't it? This is the bit that takes your time. Make sure that you get it right. Make sure that you followed your straight of grain. Actually, this doesn't have a straight of grain on here, does it?
No, it does have. You can tell the difference on stretch fabric between the north and south, east and west, if you like, the warp and the weft.
Yeah.
In woven fabric, because it's normally more stretchy from selvage to selvage than it is up and down.
So with this, does it matter which way, or just be consistent?
Be consistent.
Okay.
It's the same with any fabric. When you look at fabric, if it's the right way around or upside down, if it's a plain fabric, that's fine. But with a pattern, some patterns can look identical no matter which way around you use it. And then when you actually make them up, it's obvious when you put one piece next to another. So just for safety's sake, keep everything the same way.
Okay.
Right, that's that.
So actually, this doesn't take very long to even cut out, does it?
No. It's so simple, and it is. If you haven't cut out with the rotary cutter before, this is a great way of just having a practice with it as well, because it's just simple lines.
I would never have thought of cutting out. I know that dressmakers do, but it took me all of my courage to rotary cut with rulers and stuff, let alone just freehand. I could go all over the place. If you use a 28mm rotary cutter, you'll find it a lot easier. I think you've got one noticed on the trolley outside. You've got one in the show later. But those are easy because you can get around curves easier with them. But my daughter was making a dress over the last couple of days while she's been at home in jersey fabric, using a rotary cutter for the first time, and she was saying she just found it so much easier. Okay. Because I know dressmakers normally, I think of us using, like you say, with shears, but okay.
Depends on your space. So the thing is, you need to have your fabric laid out really flat. So if you've got a nice big cutting mat, you'll find it easier. If not, then use scissors.
Okay.
But you will need to keep this fabric flat. It is a little bit slippery.
Okay, no, that's fair enough.
The waistband, when we sew this on, is slightly smaller than the waist, because it's going to pull it in a little bit, and we're going to thread elastic through there as well.
Okay.
So it will be nice and snug. I'd do this a lot neater if I was at home. My table's a little bit lower.
Do you want this lower?
No, it's all right.
You can lower it. It's adjustable.
Very clever. Very posh.
Oh, we're very posh, don't you know?
Right, let's get sewing. So we're going to sew the front to the back down the sides. And the waistband on, that's about it.
Is that really it?
Yeah, that's all it is.
So actually, when we set your time challenge of doing it in an hour, I don't feel quite so bad now. So
okay.
If this is going to be your first ever make, go for it. And it's a classic as well, that pencil skirt.
I love a pencil skirt. They're so flattering. If you've got I've got quite a wide tummy. And if you wear something loose over the top of a pencil skirt, it kind of emphasises the thin bits and you don't notice the wide tummy under there. Now you know, don't you?
I've always loved a pencil skirt. And also because you can wear nice big thick tights underneath it. And it takes you into winter.
It does, treat. And for any occasion as well. This is great workwear.
Yes.
You know, if you're on a budget for your work uniform, if you don't get your work uniform paid for, then this is such an affordable way of making lots of things in the same style.
So those snips that you made, line those up.
Yes. Like so.
Now this is really quite a lightweight, isn't it, jersey?
Yes.
And is this going to be okay for a skirt?
I think it would be absolutely perfect. If you're making the A-line skirt, I may wear an underskirt underneath it. I think for a pencil skirt, you're going to be absolutely fine. As in it being see-through when you're standing behind a very bright light, which doesn't happen very often. I wouldn't line.
Unless you've got one of those offices with the floor-to-ceiling windows, in which case you've probably got a very high-powered job, and you probably won't have time to make your own clothes anyway.
But with something like that, I wouldn't line it. because this is such a quick and easy skirt, it's just going to complicate things. But I'd maybe wear an underskirt with it, particularly if I'm wearing tights.
Oh, okay.
Because it'll bunch.
Oh.
So you don't tend to find that so much with woven fabrics, but they're a bit stickier somehow.
Right. Okay.
Not sticky, but you know what I mean. They're clingy.
Clingy, yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to sew down the sides. Now I'm going to use that little lightning stitch on here because it's quick.
If I have an overlocker.
Oh, even quicker.
And can I go? Do I need to do? Do I need to do this first? Do I need to do that zigzag stitch first, or I can go straight in with an overlocker? Straight
in with your overlocker. Be aware that you've got a 5/8 of an inch seam allowance.
Right.
So you should have a gauge on the side of your overlocker with the 5/8 of an inch, and do take your pins out as you're sewing.
Oh yes, yes.
Don't want to damage your overlocker.
Okay.
Right. So lightning stitch on here.
There it is.
Oh,
to the left.
Oh yeah.
Number 10.
Number 10. Thank you.
Sue says, thank you, Debbie. Very helpful tip. Wondered why it worked on one garment, not on the other. I probably didn't change the needle. Silly me. Thank you.
Needles make such a difference to your work. With a ballpoint or a stretch needle, they have a slightly rounded end point. So with a knitted fabric, just like with a knitted sweater, it can ladder if the stitches are cut. So that kind of needle will part the threads instead of cutting through them. But you will get a straighter stitch line if you're sewing with the right needle. Thread's really important with needles as well. Using the right thread. I'm using a polyester thread with stretch fabric because it has a little bit of natural stretch to it.
Okay.
That can help. But thickness of thread and needles makes a big difference. I've been doing a lot of talks about tension recently.
Ooh.
Because the number of people that think that they have a tension problem with their machine, and there's so many other things to check first of all.
Okay.
For instance, with your needle, this is just going off piece a bit, but it might be more interesting than just talking about a straight stitch, a zigzag stitch. Your needle has a groove at the back of it, so when the thread goes through the needle, it goes into the groove and down into your fabric, so you've only got one hole going in the fabric, not two. If your thread is a little bit too thick for your needle, it's going to drag, it'll pull the stitches slightly, and you'll think you've had a tension problem because your stitches are going to be tight.
So is that when you increase the size of your needle?
Yes.
Right. So the needle increases not only the width of needle, but the actual groove as well.
Yes.
Right.
So if you're using a top stitch thread, use a top stitch needle because top stitch thread is really thick. You'll have a larger eye and a longer groove at the back as well.
It's very easy to just go, oh, I've just got a universal. It's fine. I'll just do everything with it. Which to a point.
For most of your projects, that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, it is a universal for a reason. But if you're using anything specialist, as in fabrics or particular threads, like metallic threads, can have a non-stick coating on the inside of the eye to help draw the thread through easily. So it does make a difference rather than trying to use whatever you've got at home.
Now your jersey is a woven a knit fabric. So if you imagine things knitted together, which is why you'd go with your ballpoint because you don't want it to ladder the fabric. Whereas with your woven fabric, yeah, you do need that sharpness of needle. Did it just eat?
It did. Sometimes when you start right on the edge of your fabric will disappear.
Yes.
So I've got some tips for you there as well. It does on on the most expensive machines. You'll find that happening.
Well, that's why the most expensive machines will have a straight stitch plate, won't
yes,
they?
That's
so
true.
that doesn't happen. I mean, a great way around it is to start a little bit further and then go backwards and then forwards.
Yes. Or if you've got a machine that doesn't have the scissors on it, or you don't use that, you can actually hold the threads at the back and just pull those slightly to help pull the fabric through.
Right.
Or
why if it hasn't got the scissors on? Why if it has got the scissors?
Because it cuts the thread too close. There's nothing to grab there because it'll cut the threads so they sink into the fabric.
Yes, I'm with you.
Or if you just don't use that when you start.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Or if you're doing a little bit of patchwork or something like that, have a thread catcher. I normally use a little bit of tearaway stabiliser and start sewing on that. Then sew straight onto your seam and then just tear it away afterwards.
Because it's taken up the tension then, hasn't it?
Yes.
It's already going. Otherwise you get that bird's nesting, don't you?
Yes.
As it just goes on the spot.
So another thing that can cause that, which you may not realise, is the way that your thread goes onto the spool at the top. A lot of threads have got a sticky label on them. and sometimes you just push that sticky label out using the spool holder to push it through, and there's a bit of stickiness on there. That stickiness can stop the thread spool spinning around efficiently.
Okay, right.
It can make the thread pull
Yeah.
a little bit. It can cause nesting, and you'll think it's a tension, and it's not.
And it's not,
the thread.
it's just the thread.
Or some spools will have like a little nick in them, so when you're winding the thread up, that's where you stop it unravelling. So your thread can get caught in there, and that can look like tension as well.
So many things, and the poor machine gets blamed.
Yeah. And it's just, if you see your stitches tight, you think, oh, tension. And probably 99% of the time it's nothing to do with tension.
Okay.
There we go. My thread snapped just at the end, so that was good timing.
Janet says, morning ladies, with the stretch fabric, could you use a walking foot? Oh, good question.
Walking foot would help because it is a little bit slippery. Or the finer ones, the Ponte that you've got is absolutely fine.
The Ponte Roma is a thicker one.
Yeah.
I did try and say which ones were quite thin as we went through. And I say thin, I mean they're not silly thin.
No.
They're just a lighter weight one. And actually great. If you my in-laws do lots of cruising.
Oh yes.
So actually they need to look fabulous for dinner. Because it's always dress up for dinner, isn't it, on a cruise?
Oh yes.
And actually, these would be amazing. And also because you can just roll them up, easy for packing as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like
Debbie's
that.
eyes light up at the thought of no ironing. I see that.
when I was younger, my mum was a dressmaker, so I was brought up in this world. So I can't figure out the threader on that one. It's easier to do it by eye. Yeah. But my mum hated ironing. So I was brought up with nylon and polyester. Do you remember, what was it called? The fabric that was really fashionable in the 1960s. It was like a
Teflon.
Not Teflon. Oh,
but
God.
they do, I mean, my
I've
son's
gone completely.
Trousers, school trousers have got a Teflon coating on.
Have they?
Yeah.
Isn't that a bit like that?
No, it's really soft.
Because I'm thinking saucepans.
So it's no stain.
Oh,
Yeah, school uniforms now, yeah. And
Crimpoline is what I'm thinking of. Crimpoline. Do you remember Crimpoline?
Yes.
Yeah, head full of static for the whole of my childhood. But it's true, they didn't crease.
No,
it was brilliant.
Perfect. That's the way.
Non-stick kids, I like the idea. So that's the skirt. That's done. With the waistband, well, apart from the hemming, all I'm going to do here is sew this bit into a tube.
And again, with that zigzag stitch.
Yes. It's a little bit more time consuming than your regular straight stitch, but it's worth it.
It goes backwards and forwards, doesn't it? So it's kind of doubling.
Yes. But it is quite important because there would be nothing worse, particularly if you're going to make a pencil skirt that's quite clingy, to bend over and all of a sudden everyone can see your smalls.
A wardrobe malfunction, I believe you called it.
Now this, we're going to fold in half so that the wrong sides are together.
Uh-huh.
And sew it around the top of the waistband.
When do we add the elastic?
Afterwards, you're going to snip open a few of the stitches inside the seam and just thread the elastic through and then sew it back again.
Really?
It's as easy as that, literally as easy as that.
Because when I make stretch pyjamas, I put the elastic into that and then I do like a tacking stitch.
Yeah.
And then I fold it into quarters and but I could just do that, couldn't I?
You could just do that. You'll see with different patterns, they'll tell you to do different things. This one is a threaded through. There was a little notch in the waistband on that I've lost. But this is going to go in the centre back.
Okay.
And as I said, this is slightly smaller than the actual waistband of the skirt.
But not a huge amount. It's not going to rock up or anything like that.
Oh, no. So I'm just going to put that around like that, just to show you. So when this goes in the centre back, there was a mark there, like so. You're going to pin it into quarters.
Yes.
So again, you do have the notches that have come on the pattern as well. So that's going to go over that seam. I'll squish that open as I go around. And that goes over that side seam. So as you're sewing, you're just going to stretch it a little bit.
Right, okay, I can do this.
So that goes there. So you can see there that the skirt is bigger than the waistband. So you're going to pull it slightly as you're sewing just to make that match.
And
but
that's
it won't
okay.
gather up, it won't, you know, it'll, because when you're wearing this, that's going to be quite fitted around the waist anyway, so there will be some stretch there.
Yes,
Yeah.
so you can still go for dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Marilyn says, hi Debbie and Tash, Crimpoline! What an invention then. Now it makes me quiver. Fab shaker, says Marilyn in Southport. Yeah, I think anyone brought up in the Crimpoline era does.
Oh, it was quite revolutionary at the time because it was, well, there wasn't, it was like when polyester fabrics was invented,
yeah, no,
really.
absolutely.
But yeah, everything I had was made out of
Crimpoline.
Crimpoline or Trevera. Do you remember Trevera? That was what I'd make my school uniform out of.
Oh, nice. Nice. So no matches near you then?
Oh, and I hated homemade clothes.
Did you?
It's
And
so
here you
different
are.
now when everyone's, you know, you're proud to wear things and tell
Yeah.
everybody I made this all by myself. But in those, particularly at school, my school had little PE skirts, with, like kilts with tiny little pleats around them.
Yeah.
Mine was handmade, so the pleats were this big in Trevera. And as everyone else was playing hockey and their little skirts were flipping around, I got this really heavy, like proper kilt type thing. I hated it. I'd have loved it now.
And yet now, yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? That is the difference.
Yeah.
So we're going to layer up all those 3 seams,
Yes.
4 edges together.
Just sew this all around the top. You don't need to finish the seam with this. You could make it like a bias binding, sew one piece over, fold it over, and then neaten it. Don't see the point. And just snip open a little bit of that seam. When your elastic goes through, because we're not going to get time to do that. Too much chat to do it in an hour, maybe.
Or too many fabrics as well, yeah.
Thread the fabric through, the elastic through the piece of elastic, and then sew it flat. So don't make a seam like that like you would do on fabric. Fold it over and do a zigzag stitch to make it flat. And then pull it back inside the casing and just hand sew the little opening closed. And at 10 o'clock, we'll have a look at twin needle sewing and hemming as well.
Nice. Lovely. So we're just going to zigzag around here.
Yep, just the same. And again, just pull it from pin to pin so that you know that it's going to fit.
So here's the thing. If you go underneath where we are live on the website, then you will find all of the fabrics that are suitable for these 2 projects. And this is what I love about this show, is that we are able to do that, because I don't know about some of you out there, but sometimes it can be daunting walking into a haberdashery, and especially if you don't have the pattern to check, you know, you don't know if that fabric's going to work well. You kind of need that buddy with you to go, yeah, no, that's going to be fine. And that's what you've got here. Consider us your buddy. Have a look down underneath the website where we're live, and you can find all of those fabrics that are suitable for this. And that's there for you. What's that, sorry, Chris? The waistband's what? Oh. Are we just saying this on the wrong side of the materials? We're chatting. Yes. Blame me, it's fine.
It was going so well. I sewed a sleeve in the wrong way yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
But that's the joy of live TV. If you haven't,
Yeah,
if you haven't done it wrong, then you haven't lived, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, we're out of time anyway, Debbie. So you're all right. Saved by the bell.
Can we edit that bit out later?
No, it's there forever.
I'll make something wrong again at 10 o'clock this morning then, how's that? I like to be consistent.
Of it as, you know, spot the deliberate mistake. Just to see how awake you are this Saturday morning. Thank you, Rachel and Julie, for spotting that one.
It's been nice working here.
Has been. All right, that's it.
Get some proper experts in
Has that
soon.
marked the turning point? Was lovely.
Yeah.
Was lovely.
Bye.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, we'll sort it out. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we are making trousers. But I mean, that's the majority of a skirt made in an hour.
Yep.
I'm going over here. I'll leave you to snip that. Thank you, Debbie. I'll see you in an hour. Brilliant. Okay, now, if you would like to have a go at twin needle sewing, it's in Debbie's book, because she's written a lot. Just a few, here and there, you know. Am I right in saying, Debbie, that photography by your husband?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, it's team effort here. So this is Debbie Shaw's Sewing Room Secrets. So this has got your twin needle sewing in there because we haven't managed to cover that. And also the invisible zip that we will be dealing with at 10 o'clock is in there. So £9.99, grab yourself Debbie's book and you're good to go. Right, patterns, let's have a look at these patterns. So the top that I'm wearing, top's been very popular. Oh, good job. So here we go. What size have I got there? I've got larger one. Here we go. This is your larger one. So you can do vest top, sleeve top, short sleeve top, long sleeve tops, and that is in a size 16 to 26, and that is £9.99. And then the small one is down the bottom, smaller one, I should say, £9.99. But look at all those different options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically £2 a pattern. That's awesome. There we go. Right, other patterns for you today is the skirt. Ah, you see. Do you know what? Should I say that again? Oh, brand new today. Both brand new today. Yes. Now this is your straight or A-line skirt. We did the straight skirt, pencil skirt, whatever you want to call it. £9.99. Just pick whichever size is gonna fit you. And there it is, super easy as we've all just seen, incredibly easy. Pick the one that you fancy and get stitching. All of these fabrics, the one that I'm wearing is most popular. Here we go, let me find it. So if you would like to make this out of this, you can absolutely go for it. There we go. Whether you're making skirts or tops or whatever you're making with it, all of these fabrics are suitable for both. £7.99 per half a metre. And if you're buying the patterns today, do take a look on our website because the second photo should give you the picture with all of the sizings and fabric amounts. Next, most popular is the green pebbles. There you go, that one over there. So this is a heavier weight one. So that's going to be lovely and light. This is a heavier weight one. So it'll be great for your skirts as well. So slightly less stretch in here, but it's a firmer fabric. There we are. And that's £7.99 per half a metre. There we go. Have a look. Everything is on that website. Now after the break, what have we got? Oh, June Tailor. Yes, June Tailor things in just a moment.
Give your quilts a warm hug with Sewing Quarter's Autumn Glow thread collection. Box number 6 in our continued collaboration with the experts at Aurifil. This exclusive collection has been hand-selected, the golds and greens working perfectly with the rich, luxurious tones of purple and brown. Ian Munro, head of buying, says once again Aurifil have given us a superb collection exclusive to Sewing Quarter. The depth of colour in these threads really highlights the level of quality and consistency Aurifil go to in their production process, with each and every spool they produce finished to perfection. Look out for the Autumn Glow Aurifil collection coming soon.
Sewing Quarter's Christmas Advent Calendar is here and available for you to pre-order. Filled with 24 surprise gifts from brands such as Aurifil, Liberty, Metler and John James. There is a treat every day in the run-up to Christmas. And for every person who pre-orders the Advent Calendar, we will be giving you a free Christmas SQ pin badge. You'll receive this when you place your order, and then your Advent Calendar will be posted out to you in October when it is officially launched. You can pre-order your Sewing Quarter Christmas Advent Calendar online now at www.sewingquarter.com or through our UK call centre on 0800 112 44 33.
It's easy to buy the products you see on our shows. To buy any of the items featured on today's programmes, just head over to our website www.sewingquarter.com. Click on the video stream and you'll be taken to our watch page. Here you'll find the product that is on air right now at the top of the page. Beneath that, you'll find all the products demonstrated in this morning's shows. To add an item to your basket, simply log into your account or register with us. Then you can either check out or keep shopping. Remember, our flat rate delivery charge lets you shop all day and check out as many times as you like and only pay once for postage and packing. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 73 and Sky Channel 687.
Here at Sewing Quarter, we like to send all our new customers a free gift to welcome them to the Sewing Quarter family. And for a limited time, we are sending all new customers a gorgeous 2-metre fabric bundle. So if you haven't shopped with Sewing Quarter before, what are you waiting for? Head to our website at www.sewingquarter.com or watch our demonstrations on Freeview Channel 73 or Sky Channel 687. We are so excited to announce the return of our Search for a Star competition. We are looking for someone to join the Sewing Quarter family as our new guest designer. If you think you have what it takes to sew, teach and chat to our presenters live on air, you could be just the person to take on the challenge. To enter, it's as simple as 1, 2, 3. Film a video of yourself introducing yourself with one fact about you. Show us how you would demonstrate 2 of your favourite products or projects, and make sure the video is no longer than 3 minutes. The Sewing Quarter team will then select a long list to come to a top secret screen test at the Sewing Quarter studio in November, with the shortlist of 5 stars going live on air in December. Viewers will then vote for their favourite contestant to win a regular spot on Sewing Quarter. To submit your video and see further details, visit our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You have until the 11th of October 2019 to send in your entries.
Hello, welcome back. I'm Natasha McCarthy. This hour is the June Tailor hour. Now, what's going to happen this hour? I'm going to show you various bits and bobs, and we've got clips from when Jill Rep from June Tailor came here and showed us. She was amazing, wasn't she? If you missed those shows, don't worry, we've got clips so that you can see the pro at work using some of these tools. Not you, Chris. Both Chris and Jessie thinking I'm talking about them. By the way, our crew today, I should have mentioned, are unsung heroes of sewing. We have got Chris, who is producing today. We've got Jessie, who is directing today. We've got Tom on cameras. Hello. And we've got Laura on the floor. Well, not actually on the floor. Sit up, Laura. No, she's our floor manager today. That's who we've got today. Okay, so let's start off with some cutting mats. I love these blue cutting mats. Traditionally they're green, aren't they? I don't know why anyone chose them as green, but here we go. This is your portable size rotary cutting mat for small spaces. Yep, easy to use grid system, measure and cut very safely. This is a hard surface for superior mat durability and blade life. There we are. So that's your charming shape cut mat, 7x9. This is your workshop one. This is your trimming back, small blocks, fussy cutting, anything like that. That's the one, and it's just $9.99. There you go, and that's your June Tailor one. I really like the blue. There. Elizabeth says, too much gin, Laura. She's floor managing. She's on the floor, as in like not, yeah, floor managing, yeah. She wishes, she says, she wishes it was too much gin. She says, when is acceptable to start? Here we go. This is your bigger size. 18x24, and again, perfect if you're taking it anywhere. You can get a handle in this one. Let me just get a handle on it. Haha. $29.99 for your June Tailor cutting mat that is 18x24 inches. We do use this a lot, actually. This is all in inches, okay? And that is, yeah, no, Americans don't like centimetres in any way, shape or form. So that's that size. And then we've got a lovely big size. So like Debbie was saying earlier, if you are going to rotary cut out your dressmaking, then you do need a big cutting mat. This would be perfect. And also if you're doing bigger blocks. Yes, we do always say get the biggest mat for the space that you have available. So this is your June Tailor cutting mat. It's 24 inches by 36 inches, so it's a lovely big size there. You've got your 45 inches. They even marks it as your bias line there. If you're doing any bias binding or anything like that, then that's perfect to have that in both directions too, which is very handy. And you've also got your 60-degree line there marked out for you as well. So this is your June Tailor cutting mat, and that is $49.99. I just love it for the blue colour. I think it's really pretty. I like the shade of blue. There you go. Perfect. Right. Now then, shall we shape cut? Yes, let us begin with a shape cut. Let's go shape cut plus. Let's go big or go home. Go in big. Now, your shape cuts, a lot of you actually when we get this out say, oh yeah, no, I've had mine for like 20 something years. Brilliant, absolutely. Why not? So the shape cut basically is a way for you to cut straight lines safely and effectively, making the most of your fabric. Now, this has been folded selvage to selvage. You can then just fold it, and let's do it that way. So you can now cut your 2.5-inch strips, you can cut your charm packs, you can do all of those things very easily, safely and effectively. So what I would say is line up your fabric on one of these straight lines along here. So the base of your fabric, line up along there, and line up if you can along there. That will tell you that it's folded nice and straight. The first thing that you want to do is line it up so you're going to take off all of these raggedy edges here. Okay, so where that's been cut, you go in at your 0 mark there and cut. There we go. So that's going to cut it absolutely perfectly. The weight of the ruler is going to keep everything in place. But that is my 0 line there, and now everything that I cut from here on in is going to be absolutely parallel to that. So that's the perfect thing about this, is that you're not having to realign rulers all the time. It's already aligned. If you keep your fabric there, you are already aligned. So if I come here to 2.5 inches, then there we go. I can cut that, and I've got then my 2.5-inch strip cut perfectly. Okay. So very simple, very effective. Say I want to cut on the bias, then I would just line up my 45-degree line there. Now what you might have to do is just work out, go parallel. So what I would do if my ruler wasn't big enough is I would line that along the line of my mat there, and then line up my 45-degree line there. If I don't have enough space there to cut across my fabric, either fold your fabric into a thinner length or move that up. So you can see this line now is going to run from this line on my mat. This is my 45-degree line, and it's running parallel to there, and then I can start to cut from here. So if I wanted to cut, then I can do that. And I can then cut my bias binding strips. There you go. And you can line your fabric up however you like. I mean, that's a really rubbish way of doing it. So you'd line that line up and cut it from there. But that's how you'd cut your 45-degree. And then, if you then want to make those into your triangles for cutting, then that's the other thing that you can do, is line that up along your 45-degree line, so you can then do that along there, and then you can cut and then that will give you your diamond shapes if you want to cut those. But yeah, do line up the folded edge on that 45-degree line, else you'll get funny shapes like I did. Sorry, not really on the ball this morning. Right, okay. You can also cut, if we come back to this, and you can do this exactly the same with the other shape cut. Here we go. Which way around am I going here? There. So line this up. And again, if you've got jaggedy edges or anything like that, just take off that end there. And then say you want to do your own 4-inch charm pack, then that's great. Spin that then around and then line it up again on one of these lines. I'm always lining the base of my fabric up along there so that I know that it's lying nice and straight, and I'm going to get a perfect cut there. Again, take off any edges, just make sure that they're nice and level. Then it was 4 inches, wasn't it, that I was going with? And then let's go up to 8. And what I've got there then are your charm packs. And I've gone through 1, 2, 4 layers there. So I've got 8 squares cut perfectly in moments. And so you can. So if you've bought a charm pack of your expensive designer fabric, brilliant. Why not go through your stash, find your scraps, find your plain fabrics, your less expensive fabrics, and make your fabric go even further by making your own charm packs, is what I would recommend to you. Now, the Shape Cut Plus is great if you're going to cut strips from a width of fabric, then that's great. This is your smaller size one, this is your standard size one. In fact, what I'm going to do, Chris, I'm just going to flip this mat round so that we can have a look at it. Bear with me a moment, it'll just be easier for the cameras. So this is the difference between the two. The Shape Cut Plus goes up to 18 inches there with 1/2 inch increments, and this is a 12-inch square. So that is 12 inches high, 18 inches long, so you get an extra 6 inches, and then this one is 12 inches there. So if you are squaring up your squares, if you're making your own charm packs, then this is maybe the great one to go for. If you're going to cut your bias binding or just cut longer lengths of fabric, then maybe this is the one to go for. So it's horses for courses, whichever one is going to suit you better. No horses harmed, absolutely no horses harmed at all, just so that you know. Right, now the Shape Cut Sprint, here we go. Now this one here is if you are strip cutting 2.5 inch strips, then this gives you your 2.5 inch every 2.5 inches. Then that is purely what this is going to do. So that's going to cut your 2.5 inch strips because you've got a little channel every 2.5 inches, and that's it. So that's what that one's going to do, which is easy peasy. It does make life a lot simpler. I mean, there you go. You don't have any other things to do. Now, if you wanted to, with this, then right. There we go. Oh, hang on. Tell you what I'll do. There's your 0 line. There is your 2.5, and then again, next one is your 5 inch. Don't do what I did. Make sure that when you line it up, of course, you do go all the way to the top. There we go. Now, there it is. Do line it all the way up to the top. But that, again, that's going to give you a 2.5 inch strip. Easy, straight off. It does what it says. Now, if you wanted, what you do have here are 1/2 inch increments. So if you just wanted, let me just straighten up that. If you did just want to cut, say a 2 inch, then you can move it over by 1/2 inch, and that will give you a 2 inch strip. So you can use these to make different size strips. So because I've moved it over, I've taken that 1/2 inch off there. Then if I want to do a 1.5 inch strip, then I'd take off a whole inch. and that will give me my 1.5 inch strip. So it's possible to do the other ones, but it's primarily for your 2.5 inch strips. Okay, so that is your shape cut sprint. Now let's have a look at get squared. Oh, here we go. I've got 2 different sizes here. Now, the reason I've got 2 different sizes is they will make 2 different shapes. So here, 2 different sizes rather. So this inside will give you an inner size of 6.5 inches and an outer size of your 12 inch. So you can cut your squares back. So your outer square is 12.5 inches, which will give you a finished 12 inch. Your interior square is 6.5, which will give you a finished 6.5 inch, finished 6 inch rather. So you've got the doubles. Now if you'd like the smaller one, then here it is, and this one gives you an outer size of 8.5 inches, so that will be a finished 8 inch square, and your inside is a 4.5 inch square, and that will give you a finished 4 inch. So what you can do is cut yours back. Cut your blocks back. So if you've done something and you're not quite sure if it's quite straight and you want to square it off before you sew, just get it under here, cut it back, and you can see it. Do you want to see it with Jill Rep in action? 3, 2, 1, here we go.
I'll show you some great uses for these rulers, and really they're the most common sizes that we cut in quilting. This is just a simple 4-patch block here, right? I need to square that up. I put it under here, and what I love about this ruler is there's so many reference points to line up. These black notches along here, I can line up right with my seam lines. Yeah. So I have perfectly aligned, and I know that center square is going to be smack dab in the middle. They're teardrop openings that you can actually insert your blade through.
I was about to say, how on earth do you cut out in the middle?
How do you cut out the middle, right? So now, using your mat, I'm going to turn it, and I'm going to do the other 2 sides. And it feels weird at first to cut through, it's like you're cutting all the way through the ruler. Yes. But look at how you get the perfectly squared up. Now, then you would be sewing your sashing on the sides, and then you've got to square up to 8. So to do that, you again center this, and I just use the bold black lines and make sure they go right along my seam lines, top and bottom, and right and left. And this is just squaring up on the outside like that. And then you can just use your turn, or just do 2 sides at one time, and then turn the ruler. All right? So that's how that works. But what I really like is, we're going to show you in a minute that this is perfect for fussy cutting. Okay, so now your blocks are totally square. Now we can do the same thing with the large one, with the 6.5 inch inner. I can center this here. Thank you for putting my plate away. And again, I'm looking at these bold black lines, and I'm lining them up right at my seam line. And it just, to me, it's just the easiest way to do this.
Yeah, totally. Like you said, it'll feel a bit odd cutting, because we're not used to cutting on the inside edge of a ruler. So it'll take a bit of, not a bit of getting used to. The first couple of times you use it's going to feel a bit alien to you, isn't it?
But yet you can see so much easier because there's no ruler over the top. So tilt your blade a little bit to get it introduced in the teardrop opening, and voila. And then, of course, you can put this on your 12.5 inch block.
Well, that's 13 inches. That's big enough to fit that on.
So you can do that as well.
There you go. So bit of Jill Rip, bit of John there. For anyone that's missing John this morning, you have a little snippet of John for a quick John fix. Now that is for your Get Squared ruler 8 inch, and then we've also got the 12 inch as well. So we've got the 2 different sizes. Here they are. So your large one, this one, is down the bottom there, and your get squared, smaller one, your 8-inch, there. So that's got the inner 4.5 inch, exterior 8.5 inch. This one has an interior 6.5 inch. This is an exterior 12.5 inch. That will cut back so you get a finished 12 inch or 6 inch. Double it up. Of course, you've got your 12 inch, and this will give you a finished 4 inch or 8 inch. There we go. There we are. Alrighty, now I always think of this. This is the perfect grid and linear platform for stitching lines on quilts, blocks and borders. But what about your sashiko? If you're starting off sashiko, the very first thing you need is a grid. So this is what it is. It is just a grid marker. It is one of those things you go, yes, of course I need that. Every half inch rather, you've got a marker. So you can mark. If you're quilting and you're unsure where to go, then just, oh, helps if I don't snap the pen. And so you just mark off whatever you need. Now, you can do a few of those, get those marked off, and then if you want to do something on an angle, then you can do that. So you can line those up on, say, your 60-degree line there, and you can mark off again. Now, if you're doing sashiko, then you would just do an inch grid or a 2-inch grid or something like that. But it gives you your grids. I mean, I've done that super tiny. I've done that at half-inch increments. If you want to do your grid for your sashiko, and what I would say is, if you're using a pen that it has got quite a fine tip, pick one side of the ruler and stick to that so that you get an accurate. Because do you see, if I do that, then that gives me accurate half inches. But if I go that side of the gap on that one, and if I do it on that side, then it's just going to take me out ever so slightly. It's going to give me a slightly larger one. So pick which side of the grid you want to work on. I tend to go to the left hand side and just use that as my marker there. And then if I want to just do a simple grid, then I can turn that around. Again, if you want to use your mat to line up these marks and make sure that everything is perpendicular, then you can do. Then there it is. And then you can make sure that those are going to be absolutely straight. So if you're doing your sashiko and you've got to mark up your fabric first, then this is brilliant for it. And that's $24.99 for your June Tailor grid marker. Keep your instructions, because it also shows you how to do all of these. So great, great if you're worried about doing lattices or anything for your quilting, then you can mark them off easily. What about that? Ooh. And it shows you in here exactly how to do that. Oh, I've got an email. What have we got? Show me. Carol. Morning, Natasha. I've just made these using the 8-inch squared ruler. Well done, Carol. Harry Potter stockings. Does it get better than that? Brilliant. Brilliant. Perfect. Chris says his wife would love those. But that's it, isn't it? It's having the right tool for the job. There you go. A message from Carolyn says, oh, Natasha, is that a pen or a pencil you're using? Is it available? Oh, yeah, this is our sew line pens. Well, it looks like a pen, but it's actually a pencil. Do you remember when you were at school, it was all the rage to have those click down pencils that you just, that's exactly what it is. So if it snaps, you just click it down, but you also have a rubber on the end if you need to remove it. And these come with different coloured leads. We haven't got them scheduled, but they are on the web. Chris will show it to us on the web. But it's great for grid marking and stuff like that. And that's the mechanical pencil in white, and that's $9.99. We've got lots of different colours, but what I would say is if you do want different colours, then buy the refills in different colours. Buy your main pen, well, it doesn't matter which pen you buy, but then all of the refills will work. So then you can just get your different coloured refills, and then if you can get it on that contrasting colour for your fabric. That's my top tip for you today, Carolyn. Thank you for watching. Right. Squared straight on the inch. Now, here we go. So this is going to, I'm just popping it under there so you can see it. What you've got is your markers here so that you can square your things up. So you do it one way, spin it around, square off there. So this goes from 5 inches up to 10 inches. And again, with all of these marks, it's a great way to line up your blocks and square them off so that you are absolutely sewing with a proper good square. But again, I think we've got a little video clip before I go into any more depth. Oh, and the 1/2 inch. So you're going, but Natasha, what if I've got a 1/2 inch? That's okay. You've got 3.5 inches here, 3.5 inch, you've got 5 inch, 6.5 inch, 8 inch. Oh, that's twist and stitch. Hang on, where's the other one? Oh, the card back one, sorry. Now this just, we've got this backed in white so you can actually see it. I got overexcited there. I was wondering why it was, oh, it's upside down. It's facing me. From your 5.5 inch up to your 10.5 inch squares, you can square them up. And now yours will not come with a white backing. Yours will come like that, but in the interests of being able to see it clearly on screen, that is easier to see than that. But that's what you'll get. And let's see Jill using it. Here it is in action.
We have 2 different rulers that we're going to kind of show together. They're called squared straight, so that I can square straight. One is on the inch.
And the other one's on the half. Oh, I see, because we sometimes have block, when we say, what size is the block on that quilt? They go, oh, it's an 8.5 finish, or it's an 8.5, or it's they're always a different size, but they're always either on the inch or on the half inch, aren't they? Yeah.
Exactly. So you kind of need both rulers just to really cover the gamut of what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, of course.
But you don't want these to be too big. So what we did is we designed these rulers to square up blocks 5 inches all the way up to 10 inches.
But I think that's your average. That would cover all of your average. It's only rarely that you go over the 10 inch or go smaller than the 5 inch, isn't it?
And we have a great solution. That little charming shape cut we used earlier, we're going to square up with that if it's less than 5 inches and it has the crisscross on.
Yep.
If it's more,
like you did with the charm packer. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And if it's more, we use the shape cut. That's got a big X in the middle.
Oh, yes, of course.
You can center your block and square up that way. But when you're doing multiples of the same block, it's really easy to do if you've got this template.
Yes,
okay.
Perfect.
So we're going to start out with pressing our blocks.
Right.
And I always starch before I square up.
But now, did you starch the fabric before you started cutting out right at the beginning, before you made the block?
Every
time. So you've used it at the beginning, made your block. Yeah. Now it's uneven and not very well finished.
I also use starch during construction. So when you're sewing 2 pieces together, I'm not going to say it's like a glue, but it definitely holds them together so that you can easily get them sewn.
Yes.
Let the starch sit for a few seconds. That's the hardest part, but if you do, I mean, this is a whole lot easier to square off.
Yeah, you can see it straight away.
Right. So I think this is a 6 inch.
Right.
Okay. So what you're going to do is put this on your mat.
Yes.
And the beautiful thing about this ruler is there's all kinds of lines. Let me show it to you on the white backed one. All kinds of lines that you can use to center your block.
Yeah.
Okay. So this happens to be something that I want to square up to 6 inches.
Right.
So, oops, I find the number 6 after I've squared up or
Yes.
matched up
So
my
you've got your
lines.
dead centre there.
Yep.
You've got lines going in every which way. So even if you haven't done one of these, if it's got different lines on it,
Yeah.
you've got lots of different lines to line
Chances
it up.
are you're going to find a line on here that you're going to use.
Yeah.
Now you're going to watch the number 6 and you're going to take it all the way over to the teardrop opening. Not the first one, you're going to, because the first one is number 5.
Right.
All the way over till you see that line end, which
Okay.
is right here.
Yeah.
Hold the ruler down, open your blade, and you're going to make a cut.
Yeah.
If you had a rotating mat, you could rotate
Yes.
at this point, and you're going to cut over here. But there's plenty of ruler to hang on to
Yes.
do that. Take this away, turn the block, or rotate the mat. Now just reline it up, okay? So now I've centered it up and down,
Yeah.
side to side. I find my number 6. Look at this.
Perfect.
Perfect. Follow the 6 all the way over, and we're going to cut, and we're going to have a perfect block. And I'm going to do it one more time so that you can really understand and see how gorgeous.
So now that you've cut it to a 6 inch there, so it'll be a finished 5.5 inch
Correct.
block once it's sewn together.
Correct.
So you've got to remember that the block you're cutting it to is the actual size that you're cutting, not your finished size.
Correct. You'll take off another 1/2 inch because you need a 1/4 inch on
Yes,
each
yeah.
side. But perfect. Now this
really
block,
is, look.
it's kind of wonky looking.
Yeah, I didn't want
Let's-
to say.
Well, you know, not everyone's perfect like you, John. So let's try one more time.
What size are we making this one?
I'm gonna do the same one because I think I'll change sizes when I get to the next one because
Yeah.
I think it's really important for you to understand and see what I'm doing
Yeah.
here. So now we're not gonna do that. We're going to hold the ruler, 6, and when you insert in the teardrop opening, sometimes I just tilt my blade ever so slightly, and that
just so it's not on the straight, it's just slightly slanted.
that I tilt the blade.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just ever so much slightly just to get it introduced to the teardrop opening. Once
Yeah.
you get used to these slotted rulers, you don't even need to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, cut, and we're going to take our wonky block, and hopefully we have
A
perfection.
perfect one.
So that is on the inch.
There we go. So whether you're going for on the 1/2 inch or on the inch, they're all handy little tools to have in your stash. So on the inch is this one. And then down the bottom is your on the straight 1/2 inch, which is that one. As we've just seen Jill very skillfully demo. So there are your 2 options there. Pick which one you like, or maybe both. Treat yourself. Treat yourself. Now, here's another natty little project here, and this is called your around the block marking tool. So again, I've said this many a time on air that quilting and patchworking are 2 very different things. And if the thought of quilting scares you, but you really want to do a beautiful quilting pattern like that, or any of those, then this tool will help you make those. Full instructions as to how to use it, but this is your basic, okay? With your fabric, you can start to mark. So you can mark off your 45-degree line, and then you can then just go in, and like we did with the grid marker, use this to mark off your circles. So you can just keep marking, and that will give you a line to sew to. But then if I want to spin that around and reline it up, where I want to go, then I can do different shapes should I wish, and I can mark things up so that if I then want to start going off in different directions and quilting in different directions, then I can mark that off as I go. or I might want to use that as a guideline for cutting. If you're into your freestyle cutting and go, okay, actually I want to do a half square triangle, then you can then use that as a guide to cut if you wish, and that would give you a semicircle as it's otherwise known. So either use them to mark or use them to then as a guide for cutting. It's entirely up to you. You can't put your rotary cutter in there and cut, that's all I would say, because as you can see it's not one continuous line. Okay, so you can't do that, but this is your marker tool. This isn't a cutting tool, this is a marking tool. But that's $28.99. There we go. And that is your around the tool block. Charming circles. Here now. Was this one of the, oh, hello. Was it this one? Charming circles. If you, oh, well, that's the very bag on the front. There we go. That is the bag, the actual bag that is on the front. So you can use this ruler to make those. Now, you can use this to make a lap size blanket, utilize the same general instructions for creating other projects like pillows and tote bags. But what this shows you is how to do your circles. Well, it's your shabby chic projects using repurposed denim and fabric scraps. So it's going to work perfectly with a 5-inch charm square or any 5-inch squares of fabric. And here's your ruler. I've run out of stuff. Hang on. Oh. There you go. Can you see that there? So that is going to be your template. You can mark off, cut your circles off, use that to then align things, and you are good to go. But you see, look, if I show you on here, it is a bit cathedral windowy, yes. That's exactly what it's going to give you. So you can see how that fits in there. There you go. And this has been used with denim. So you've got that fray line there, and then you've got pretty behind. There you go. So that's $17.99 for your June Tailor Charming Circles ruler. So if you want to give cathedral windows a go, this is the tool for you. There we go. How about you hexy thing? Yeah, you hexy thing. So this is like all of the other shape cutback tools, but for your hexies this time. Hexy. There we go. So what it's got in the middle is a little chart here. So for these finished sizes, so if you want a 1.5 inch finished size, or a 2 inch or a 2.5 inch, these are the size strips that you need to cut back. You need to cut. Okay. And a 1 inch finished 1.5 inch by the time that it's all sewn on. And that's your finished size. Because when you look at that, you go, well, that's much bigger than 1.5 inches. Yeah, but by the time that you take off your seam allowance, that will be a finished 1.5 inch hexie. So actually, if you're cutting back to do some English paper piecing, then you can cut multiples using this. Trim. But let's have a look at what Jill has to say about it.
Okay.
You hexy thing.
You hexy thing.
Right.
And I wanted to show you this just so you get the breadth of what this ruler can do.
Yes.
All these sizes, one ruler. Hexy has 6 sides.
Yes.
I just cut 2. I got 4 more to go.
Okay. Yep.
We're going to take the ruler, we're going to lay it on the strip, and there was a piece of purple fabric that did not make it from America over here, so I know this is a little hard to see.
Okay, don't worry.
Bear with me. So, do you see where this says 2-inch finished?
Yes.
That's going to go on the bottom edge of my strip.
Yep.
And look, it automatically lines up on the top.
Because you've cut the right size strip that it tells you in your chart at the front there.
Now I'm going to make sure I'm to the 2-inch side out here. You see
Yeah.
these lines here?
Yeah.
Now you can't mistake this because everything fits together. 2 here, 2 here, 2 here.
Right.
So I'm going to cut. I'm going to follow the 2-inch line around.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut here and here. Okay.
Right.
Lift this up. I'm going to turn and turn. All right?
Yeah.
Because I now want to cut my last 2 sides. So what was the bottom is now up here.
Yeah.
But everything, I will reline everything up. Okay.
So you've got it on the 2-inch line there.
I do.
The bottom will be on the 2-inch line. The top will be on the 2-inch line.
And I will cut here and here. That's just a little
Need to get a
thread.
new blade for your thing.
Little thread here, and that will give you your perfect. That gives me 4 of them right away.
Oh yes, 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 of course, yes.
4 of them right away. So it is cut your strip size.
Yes.
Cut, turn,
Yeah.
and it's
Turn twice. You turned
1,
twice,
2.
didn't you? Yes,
Just
turn twice.
think in pairs because
Yes.
it's 6 sides. Turn,
Yeah.
turn, cut.
Yeah.
That's how we make our hexies.
And they're all going to be perfect. They're all going to be the
Perfect.
right size. They're all
And you
going to fit
want to
together.
follow this guide to tell you what size finished you need.
There you go. Here's yours. Here's yours. Here's yours.
Yes, what size. Cut a 4-inch strip for a 2-inch
Okay,
finished
so now
hexie.
when people get confused with the measurement because that people go, oh, that's bigger than that 2 inches. But when you measure a hexie, it's actually
Yes.
you're measuring along one side,
You
aren't
are.
you? So that's how you know. So this is a 2-inch hexie because the sides are 2 inches long, not 2 inches from there to there or 2 inches from there to there. It's always the measurement of the side of the hexie that it's referring to.
And this is going to finish off then at 2 inches, okay? So
Oh,
you
so it's
see,
actually
see this has a seam allowance built
Yes.
right in.
Yeah.
So it's all done for you. So here's my purple fabric.
right.
Now, let's look at this quilt first of all.
Yes.
Because hexies are often put together with equilateral triangles,
Triangles, yes.
which is why we showed you that ruler
Yeah.
earlier.
Easy peasy, as simple as that. So yeah, just remember, this gives you your finished cut size on here, or your finished size. So don't panic if you're looking at it going, oh, it's bigger. That's what it's going to be once it's sewn into your project. That is going to be your finished size. There we go. Now, pencil. Now we will pop this. Everyone's ordering this pencil now. It's one of my favourite pencils. Everyone's asking about it. I think because it just reminds me of being a kid and having the mechanical pencils and thinking, yeah, brilliant. But this is it in white. And again, get the other colours either as the pen or get the refills in the different colours. It's on the website. Chris is going to load it up for you. There it is there, so that you can now buy that now. Other colours are available on the web. We're just using the white today, but other colours are there. So you'd always use that contrasting colour to your fabric. There we go. Alrighty, now that was a Uhexi thing. Twist and stitch. Now, this is to make your pinwheel blocks and to make them really, really easily. So I don't know about you, but if I were to look at that, oh, which way do you want to look at it? If I were to look at that, I don't know. I would make that horse noise and I wouldn't know where to start. What this is giving me is a chance to make a block like that. But again, I would look at that and go, oh, how do I stitch that? Well, with this, it's super easy. You start off with a checkerboard with your 4 squares, and then you line up with your ruler. So if you can see on the ruler here, then what you've got here, that is where you would line up your stitch line. So it's slightly on the squiff. And then you trim back. Like you've just seen Jill use the trimming tools to trim back your squares, your hexes. It's exactly the same. You line that up, then turn it around, cut again. And what that will give you is, let me see, here we go. That square there. And when that goes into a block, it becomes that. And that is just from then sewing that as a normal square. There you go. Okay, and that goes from 3.5 up to 12.5 inches, so that's a finished 3-inch to a finished 10-inch square. Right, diamond cut. A girl's best friend. And again, once you get into the swing of these things with these tools, they do pretty much the same thing. And this will give you your diamonds, and all of the angles are sorted for you. $27.99. Let's see this in action. Here's your rep.
All right, I just cut a 4-inch strip.
Right. Yes, with the,
I cut the end off using my rotating mat, and now I'm going to cut at 4, and I'm going to get my beautiful 4-inch diamonds.
Oh, fantastic.
This is what we used to make that.
Right.
So I cut a few extra in advance so that you could kind of see how these all go together. And I'm going to show you how to sew them together. And this is the trick. This is the tricky part about it. You're inclined to say, well, I just should put right sides together and sew. I should do that. But if you put right sides together and sew and you open it up, look what happens.
Oh, that's a wrong. That's how not to do it.
That's how not to do it. So what you should do is put right sides together and offset a 1/4 inch here, and I'll flip this open so you can see it in a 1/4 inch there. So now watch, when I open it up, it's absolutely...
So it's like when you do your bias binding seam and things like that. You
absolutely
just offset
perfect.
It slightly,
If you have starch, go ahead and starch those two together, definitely. And then you just sew those. When you get done, this is what you have. This is a whole row of diamonds all sewn together. Now, you can nip off those little ends if you want, but you don't need to.
Can I, now these are bias, are they bias edged by that point?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's where your spray starch is good, because they stabilize it.
Exactly, but it's really easy to sew together if you just offset them by that 1/4 inch. And then you can take a look at this and say, okay, I want these 2 rows to line up.
Yeah.
Flip that over and sew, and I've got that done here. So it's very, very easy. Let's look how this looks on the back.
Yes.
See, I don't ever cut those little notches.
No.
I just leave them on. But isn't that gorgeous?
Have you had friend, how's your friend, Sue?
Yes, Susie sewed all this. I love Susie.
Say hello to Sue. Last
Say
time
hello.
we did
Yes, she's great. She's awesome. So now we know how to sew diamonds. This quilt is on our website. It's comprised of 4-inch diamonds. And then we just put the borders on.
Yep.
Girl's best friend. What a cracker. Yeah, so if you are worried by diamonds, then that is the way to do it. Now, either I've gone over to our sister channel, Jewelry Maker, and whizzed myself up a quick earring, or I've got a natty little tool for you. This is great. If you notice, if you are someone that is using all of June Taylor's rulers, then you'll notice that they all have a circle at the top there. which means that you simply do that, and then you can hang them all. We know that your rulers are best stored straight, so this is an easy way to then hang them and store them, and you can have them all hung on there all safely, and then you just work your way through, decide which one you want to use, and then just remove like that. We've got a what, sorry? Oh, Marie's asked about the hexagon quilt pattern in the back of the VTs. It's not a pattern, it's made from the hexy thing. So you just need the ruler and off you go. Let me just check though for you to see if it gives you that pattern in there. Here we go. It gives you, that's the quilt that you're talking about, isn't it? That one there. There we go. And you say you can lay your strips from multiple hexagons, and then that gives you the instructions inside to make your different hexagons. Hopefully that helps you, but then it's in there. There you go. Alrighty, now around the corner, just around the corner. Here we go. Do you want me to show you actually? I can show you this quite quickly if you want. This is just going to smooth off your edges. So instead of having a square corner, you can just smooth off around there. It comes in two different sizes, small and large, but basically you've got your straight line there. Now I'm going to cut off the selvage there. So basically align it, and then around you go, and that will give you a nice rounded edge for your quilt border. Easy. That's the small one. If you want to do the larger one, then again all you do is line up along there, and again what it does is save you get your bowls out of your cupboard, because also your bowl is completely round, so you never know quite when to then go onto the straight. What this is giving you is that corner and then into that straight bit which you can align with the edge of your quilt, with the binding on your quilt, so you know that you've then got a beautiful curve to go around there. There we go. That is what that one does. Let's do the what one? Where is it? Oh, down here. Here we go. This is your square blocker. Did you get the old? I'm feeling a bit old today. Bend down. Right, here we go. This is your cushioned quilter's square and blocker. Now, the great thing about this, there are different ways in which you can square up your blocks. Yes, you can trim them back, absolutely. But you can also use these grids to then press them into shape as well. If you need to just wiggle things a little bit, then you can align them on here and then you can press them into shape. You can do that. We've used this lots. It's very, very easy. So it's also, it's solid. You've got wood. You've got lots of different layers on this as well, and a foam layer so that you've got that lovely ironing surface on there. We use this if we just can't bother to get out the iron a lot of the time, just because it's handy to just have on the side. So cut. These completely sold out when they first came to air. We had to wait until Jill came back in August to get these back in stock. They are in stock, but they are very limited. So when I say they're in stock, they are, just not much stock. And then you'll have to wait again until Jill comes back for more. So if you want this and you've been waiting for it, today's the day, now's your chance, grab it. And you'll see us use this all the time on air. It's a really handy one to have. And again, like I say, you can really square things off. Well, I'm just trying to think which show it was the other day we were using this on. Just using that to square things off. Very handy. What shall we look at next? Colour fast printer fabric. Let me show you a little something which I've lost. What have I done with it? Ah, here we go. If you want to personalise something like this, for example, I don't know who Katrina and David are, but they're very happy. Then you can mark that occasion by using this. And this is your printable fabric, so that you can mark that special occasion. You can make a celebratory cushion. You can make a keepsake to celebrate the birth of a newborn. Or you could just have a bag with your dog on. Or your cat. But you get, there we go, 3 sheets in there. And that's colour fast. And you are good to go. Brilliant. Oh wait, look, there's one printed in here. Look, we've actually got some of the, look at that. So that's what you, and so it goes in, it's on a paper backing. So you just put that into your printer like a normal one. And then you'd peel back the backing. I don't know whose little baby that is. There you go. Right. Step over here. Let's have a look what we've got over here. I've got a bundle of templates for you. And the reason that we have bundled all these templates for you is for those of you that love appliqué. So if appliqué is your thing, then I've got all of these for you. You've got stars, you've got leaves, you've got circles, you've got hearts, and you've got, I know, fluffy cloud things there. You're going to save £7.50 by buying them all together. But the beauty of it is, if you look on the back, then you can mix and match all of your different templates. That's why we had to put them as a big bundle, so that you've got them all, because then you can mix and match, and it tells you to do flower plus leaf plus circle. Oh, that's a flower. Of course it is. You could use it as a cloud. I was like, what's that for? That's, and so, yeah, it'd be wherever you want it to be. So it's going to show you which of the templates to use to make those. So either applique or use them as a line for stitching on. But make that saving as £7.50. Do it. You've got a leaf, circle, half, star, heart rather, star and flower, petal, all in there for £22.45. So if you are applique mad, go for that. Or if you just want a different thing to stitch to, line to stitch to. Now, what we use a lot on air is, of course, the non-stick Teflon sheet. So if you're working with anything that has a fusing element to it, so maybe your Bonder web, or if you're what's the other stuff that you want? Interfacing, anything like that. Use this, and then it won't gunk up your iron. £13.99 is much less than a new iron because you've wrecked it, believe you me. £13.99. Now, after the break, Debbie's back, and we're making trousers. We've done the top, the skirt, now trousers. We'll see you in just a moment.
Sewing Quarter's Christmas Advent Calendar is here and available for you to pre-order. Filled with 24 surprise gifts from brands such as Aurifil, Liberty, Metler and John James. There is a treat every day in the run-up to Christmas. And for every person who pre-orders the Advent Calendar, we will be giving you a free Christmas SQ pin badge. You will receive this when you place your order, and then your Advent Calendar will be posted out to you in October when it is officially launched. You can pre-order your Sewing Quarter Christmas Advent Calendar online now at www.sewingquarter.com or through our UK call centre on 0800 112 44 33.
Here at Sewing Quarter, we like to send all our new customers a free gift to welcome them to the Sewing Quarter family. And for a limited time, we are sending all new customers a gorgeous 2-metre fabric bundle. So if you haven't shopped with Sewing Quarter before, what are you waiting for? Head to our website at www.sewingquarter.com or watch our demonstrations on Freeview Channel 73 or Sky Channel 687.
Have you spotted our new furniture in the studio? These tables by RMF not only adjust in height, but also have a lift section to store your sewing machine away whilst cutting and so much more. This furniture is made to order to fit your sewing machine, and the guys from RMF will deliver at no extra charge, fitting the table to your space and your machine, meaning you'll have your very own bespoke sewing room. Watch our full demonstration on these fabulous tables on our YouTube channel. Simply visit Sewing Quarter channel and search RMF.
We are always looking at ways to improve your shopping and viewing experience through the Sewing Quarter website. So we are very excited to announce we have made a few updates. We have broken down the categories to make it easier for you to find the products you love, whether you're searching by the individual product or by one of our guest designers. If you're looking to buy some sewing needles, you'll click on haberdashery, go to accessories, and there they are. Alternatively, if you're looking for something special, maybe some designer fabric, simply hover over designer makes and take your pick from our amazing list of designers that includes the likes of Kaffe Fassett and Tula Pink. There's a new look channel guide showing what's on that day, who is presenting, and you can even go back to catch up on the last 2 weeks worth of shows. Don't worry, all our shows will still be available on YouTube. And as before, you can watch live from the homepage or on the watch page. So head over to our new look website today and let us know what you think. Visit www.sewingquarter.com.
Our lovely Jane Alcock is here to tell you about her Block of the Month series, perfect for both beginners and more advanced quilters.
Hi, I'm Jane. I'm Sewing Quarter's on-screen designer. Each month I'm going to demonstrate a different block, and we will start from the very basics. So if you're a beginner, it'll be really good for you. But if you're more advanced, we're going to twist that block slightly and create something new. Over the 12 months, we're going to learn how to do the basics of measuring and cutting and how to accurately piece your patchwork. If you're new to patchwork and quilting, this is going to be a really good exercise to gradually build your skills in patchwork, and over the 12 months we're going to create a very basic sampler quilt. If you're a more advanced patchwork and quilter, we're going to revisit the basic techniques. You'll maybe learn some more hints and tips from me, some things you may not have done before, and we're going to revisit the basics, but then we're going to twist that basic block and create something new. We will be making 10 different blocks, and then for the 11th month we'll be looking at joining those blocks together to make a quilt and the quilting techniques, the different ways of joining those blocks. And then for the final month, the 12th month, we're going to look at binding and finishing your quilt.
Watch Jane's Block of the Month on the 10th day of every month at 10 AM on Freeview Channel 73, Sky Channel 687, or online at www.sewingquarter.com. You can also catch up on any episodes that you've missed on our YouTube channel. Just search for Sewing Quarter on YouTube.
Hello, welcome back. It's me this hour with Debbie Shaw. She's back, and she's making brand new trousers for us. Brand new to wear for us today are these trousers. Two different lengths. That's what I'm trying to say. Longer length or cropped length. Very stylish. And depending on what type of fabric you use for them, very different look. So here's an idea of what they're going to look like. Here they are in our studio, and here they are being worn. Ta-da! Yeah, very nice. Is that your daughter, Debbie? Yes. It's always a family concern, isn't it? Photos by your husband? Yes, good, absolutely. What a talented family, I don't know, eh? So what we've got for you is, of course, the pattern, which you've seen, and then we need fabrics. So the fabrics that we've got for you, here we go, this is your green. So this is olive, this is soft touch. It is so gorgeously soft. Now, of course, you can make the skirt that we had earlier, you can make that out of this as well. And if you want the top to be slightly heavyweight, then of course you can make the top that we had earlier out of this as well. $5.99 per half a metre, incredibly soft, brand new as well today. 95% cotton, 5% elastane, just giving it that a little bit of stretch there. And 150 wide. So if you're looking at the back of your pattern and you need to know how wide it is, 150, it's that wider width. So that's your olive. Then the purple, which is what it was made in. And again, that's slightly heavier weight. And this is your Ponte Roma. Okay, this is 76% polyester. Hang on, that doesn't work. What, 76, sorry, 76%. 76% polyester, 19% viscose, 5% spandex. It's a good old mix, but that's 150 centimeters wide, but it's got it's a nice firm stretch, but it recovers nicely. So that's perfect for your trousers because it's going to keep nice and it's not going to bag, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Similar with this. So this is your grey. So again, you're going to be able to, lunge should the occasion arise and not have your trousers, rip. It's embarrassing, isn't it? So that you can move, you can cut some shapes on the dance floor in these. And this is your Ponte Roma mid grey merle, $4.99 per half a metre. It's a good price, isn't it? Really good price, I think, with these. And again, that is your grey merle. And then what about your bobble Ponte Roma? Now with this, again, lovely stretch in there. That's your bobble, and you can see the difference. That's just your plain back. So it's almost going to feel like it's lined because you've got that lovely smooth underside, which means that it's just going to skim nicely. And then you've got the texture on the front. And that, again, $4.99 per half a metre. Now, next one up. This is your marl grey, Ponte Roma. So we had mid grey, this is marl grey. Again, you've got your stretch in that. Look at that price, $3.99 per half a metre. 76% polyester, 19% viscose, and 5% spandex, giving it that nice return to form. Ding, ding, ding. And exactly the same composition in the black. So again, you can do your work wardrobe in this, as well as, going crazy and having, actually, for me, it's the holy grail. That well-fitting black trouser is the holy grail of trousers. So this is your black Ponte Roma fabric, $3.99. And again, any of the skirts that we made this morning, all perfect in these fabrics too. Absolutely perfect. And then the last one for you is camel colour, not an actual camel. No. Here we go. I was in the post office yesterday and I saw a lady, she was wearing a black jumper, black trousers, and then camel coloured shoes and a camel coloured wrap, and she looked so stylish. She just looked fabulous. I nearly said to her, and then I thought I'd be that weird stranger that just, compliments you. I'm never sure if that's okay, but I really wanted to because she looked amazing. And for $3.99 you could be getting random compliments from me in the post office. And then the last thing you're going to need for these trousers, because they do have an invisible zip, is the zip to make invisible. Here you see, where is it? Where is it? That's your invisible zip. And that's $2.49. Concealed zip, 18 centimetre, £2.49. Pop it in your stash. Let's go and see Debbie because she's making this today. Debbie, Debbie, Debbie. Mwah. I'm in love with you already. I've got that on the brain now. We were just talking about Rainbow earlier because you might remember Debbie from Rainbow.
I was Zippy's love interest. He broke my heart.
Did he?
Yes.
Did he? You should have put a concealed zip in Zippy. Poor old Zippy. Feels very appropriate then to look at zips today. But before we look at zips,
we're going to look at hems.
Look at this.
From the skirt, wow. Finished like proper with the waistband on the right way around and everything.
You. Look at you being all professional. Stop it, Debbie.
I thought I might redeem myself somewhat from the previous show, which is not available to watch on YouTube or anything ever again.
Anywhere. I tell you what though, Jill Rep in our videos from the last hour had a shirt made out of a fabric just like that.
Really?
I was like, oh, that looks familiar. Yeah. So again, perfect for your tops as well.
So carrying on from the last show, if you were watching, I sewed the waistband and I put the elastic through and kind of sealed the hole. But the reason I wanted to start the show showing you this is because I put the twin needle onto the sewing machine.
Right.
So I may as well show you the last step of the trousers, which is the hemming, while we're all set up like this.
So you can do this for the skirt, you can do it for your trousers.
For the t-shirt, around the hem, around the cuffs.
So
it's
all of the items that we've had
Yes.
on today's dressmaking, 2 hours of dressmaking for you today, all of the items you can finish off with twin needle.
Yes.
Do I have to do twin needling? Because I know some people go, I can't possibly.
don't have to.
Okay.
With jersey, it doesn't fray, so you only need to hem once. You can do a double hem if you wanted to make it a little bit heavier. That's entirely up to you. So what I would use if you're not using a twin needle is the lightning or a very fine zigzag stitch, just so it's got a little bit of stretch. And when you put it under the sewing machine, just make sure you don't stretch it unless you want a fluted hem.
Okay.
But with a twin needle gives the look of a coping machine, a cover stitch, sorry. You'll need to sew from the top because the 2 rows of stitches are going to be on the top, but we do need to enclose the edge of the hem on the wrong side. So what I've done is to pin part of the hem in place, and I've pinned it from the side that I'm sewing on the inside, because then I can say exactly how deep the hem is. But I like to leave the pins sticking up because I'm right-handed, and as they go under the sewing machine, I can still pull them out. So I can see exactly where they are.
If you have the airlock Dukey overlocker, you can cover stitch on that as well. Yes, you can. Just say so. For those of you who go, I don't have a cover stitch machine, because not many people do, but I know that a lot of you, because we sold it to you, have got the Dukey airlock overlocker. I discovered that whilst playing with my machine the other day.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah,
If you're going to be sewing a lot of jersey, it is worth investing in. I didn't know that they did the two together. That's amazing. But certainly an overlock machine. It's so much quicker, and it's automatically stretch.
Yeah,
so,
no, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Just get your instructions out, because it's all in the booklet.
Is it?
Yep.
I've just bought an airlock overlocker, an air thread overlocker.
Love it. Love mine.
But I should have bought that one.
Well, you know, yeah. Just saying. Soz.
I didn't want one anyway. Because you're sewing from the top, you can't actually see where the edge of the fabric is to encase. So what I like to do is to feel where it is and put a mark, because you can feel the ridge.
Okay.
And I'm just using a water erasable pen. If you've got a thicker fabric, you can just kind of feel your way as you're sewing. But if
this is a lightweight though, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you want it to be really accurate, then it's just an easy way of doing it. Just before I do that, I've got a piece of fabric which I've turned inside out so you can see what the stitch looks like. I thought that might be useful for you. The twin needles come in different widths. This one I think is a 4mm width. You can get them closer together, you can get them up to 6mm apart, so that just depends on the look that you want.
Okay, so is this a jersey twin needle?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so make sure you've got jersey twin needle.
Jersey ballpoint or stretch will all do.
Whatever.
Similar.
Yeah, they've got different names.
Yeah.
Helen says, hi ladies, when using a twin needle, please can you cover how to stop tunnelling? Ooh, thanks very much, says Helen from Derbyshire.
Loosen the tension. If you want tunnelling, because you can create pin tucks with a twin needle, then you're going to increase the tension on the top of your machine, and that'll pull through the thread on the bottom. So the thread on the bottom is zigzagging really tight, and you'll get a lump in the centre.
Right.
So that's for pin tucking. If you don't want that kind of look, then loosen the tension and keep loosening it until it lays flat. It's as easy as that.
And use a scrap like this of your fabric that you're going to sew with.
Yes.
To check first, because there's no point in going halfway through and then having to unpick 2 layers of stitching if you're not happy with the finish. But
yes,
what a great
always do that. The twin needle, if you haven't seen one before, has one shank just like a regular needle, and then it comes off in 2. So that shank, like your regular needle, goes into the same slot and screw it in. You won't be able to use your needle threader with twin needles. You'll have 2 spools of thread. Most machines these days will have 2 spool holders. So take your thread from the spool, both of them, one at a time, through the regular threading system over the top of each other. Some machines, when you get to the little tension hook at the bottom of the needle, or at the top of the needle, sorry, will have 2 grooves. So put one through either side, otherwise put them through together, and then thread each needle individually. If you don't have 2 spool holders on your machine, still thread them both in the same way, but the extra spool, drop it into a cup at the side of your machine, and that'll stop it just bouncing around all over your sewing room.
Top tip.
So the tensions going through the machine are important, not the spool holder.
Even if you don't have a machine that's specifically for twin needling, you can still
do
it.
Yeah,
nice.
No problem. And then, like Natasha says, have a play with the tension. So stitch out on a regular tension. Try tightening it just to see what it looks like. Try loosening it again to see what it looks like. But from the top of your work, you'll have 2 rows of stitches. And then from the back of your work, it'll zigzag in between those 2 rows of stitches. So that's why you want that to be on the back. Right. I tried lots of different tensions and widths of stitches and everything with this one, and that's what this machine does. Okay. Some machines, it will literally zigzag from one side to another, but that's the underside.
Okay. Debbie's book, which gives you top tips, more top tips on twin needling, down there and here. There we are. So, one of Debbie's many books. If you are a collector of Debbie's books, you'll be an expert by now. But it's all in there.
This one's
Is that your actual workroom?
Yeah, my actual dog, my actual sewing room and my cutting room. Right. This is a little bit different to other books that I've made, because every other book leading up to this one has been a project book. This is more about techniques, but I take you through learning, that's twin needling, through learning all of the different techniques and the tools and what you use them for, to then making projects from them. So you've got 10 projects in this one.
So it's like workshops.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're brand new to sewing, or if you want to introduce somebody to sewing, or you're buying somebody a sewing machine for Christmas for the very first time, this takes you right back to what is a stitch, all the way through to making projects.
And storage, how to store stuff as well. Because I think people, what I liked about this was just your tips for storing scissors, because it's very easy, isn't it, to just jumble them all in with everything else. Yeah. But if you've paid, especially if you've paid for good quality scissors, you don't want to just jumble them in anywhere. And here are your machine stitches. So it does, as you say, take you through seams, cutting.
It's not a complete Bible, it's for beginners. Okay. So there's lots of things that you would love to own and love to know. These are the things that you need to own and you need to know.
Okay, and so your invisible zip is in there.
It is.
As well as your twin needling. There you go. We've all got to start somewhere, haven't we? I like the fact that you do the shearing top for the dress, because then you can size that up and then you can do adult size maxi dresses,
or even just little bits around cuffs on a blouse or something. It's a nice technique to know.
Sue says, hi, how do you thread the machine for twin needling? We've just covered that.
We have. Just the same as with your regular thread, but with 2 of the threads going through in the same way. Some machines do have a twin needle function, so you can select that stitch and that'll obliterate every stitch that you can't use with twin needle sewing, because you can do decorative stitches as well. But if you are using a decorative stitch and you don't have the twin needle function on your machine, turn the handle towards you first, just to make sure that your needle doesn't hit the foot, because some stitches can be wider than the hole in your foot. You break your needles.
Don't do that.
So just a straight stitch, but I'm going to lengthen it on this one, so I'm going to go up to 5mm.
Why are we lengthening?
Because it's not a seam, it doesn't have to be really strong.
Okay.
And I like the look of a longer stitch.
Do it then.
And you can sew quicker. So that's all really. So again, take your pins out when you come up to them.
And making sure that we just let the machine feed this through, and we're not yanking on it.
No, don't pull it, because it will stretch. So there you've got your 2 rows of stitches on the outside, and then your zigzag, which just goes over the edge of the fabric on the inside there.
Okay.
But that gives a really professional look. If you're wearing anything shop bought that's made from jersey fabric, it's probably that stitch that you're going to see. Not from a twin needle on a sewing machine like this, but it will be that stitch.
From their super posh machines.
Yes.
Lovely. So that's going to be how you will hem your trousers, as well as the skirts and the tops and anything else that you're working in jersey.
Yes.
With.
And automatically, because the bobbin thread at the bottom zigzags, it's stretchy. So
that's what we want. We want a bit of stretch. So we're going to look at the trousers now.
We are, and we're going to look at the invisible zip. Invisible zips, you'll find, are probably the easiest type of zip to fit, But it's the one zip that people say to me when we're talking about zippage, oh no, I can't do an invisible zip. And I just want to show you how easy it actually is.
So we're doing it with stretch fabric. So the two things that people tell us they're nervous of is zips and stretch fabric. Debbie laughs in the face of stretch and invisible zips. And what are we looking for? Oh, just normal needle.
Stretch needle.
Oh, a stretch needle.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Because we're sewing into stretch fabric.
So even though you're going through the zip,
yeah,
you still use.
Yes, I mean you can change back to a universal needle, but it won't make much difference.
Okay.
And I just want to get them made. I don't want to faff around with different needles. So I still can't figure out the needle threader on this one, so I'm going to do it by eye.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you how to fit an invisible zip with your regular standard foot on your sewing machine. So I'm not using an invisible zip foot and I'm not using a zip foot.
What?
Because not everybody has them. So
No,
if you're only going to make one pair of trousers, don't go out and spend a tenner on an invisible zip foot.
Okay.
If you're going to make more than one, then do buy an invisible zip foot. The way that an invisible zip works, and I hope you can see on,
Do you want me to get the
this
trousers?
one. Yeah, if you don't
Here
mind.
we go. Let's get these.
You'll always recognise an invisible zip because you don't see the teeth, or it's not actually teeth, it's a coil from the top. You just see that the pull, and all of the coils are on the inside there. So the idea is to sew as close as you can to this seam down the centre so you don't see the zip from the outside, like that. But it gives a really clean finish. There are a few differences with sewing in these zips, and one of them is that you don't sew the seam first, like you would do with a regular zip. It shouldn't matter what colour zip you put in there, you shouldn't see it.
Okay.
If you have an invisible zip foot, it'll have two grooves down the centre of it, so it looks quite a chunky foot with two holes down, like two tunnels. And as you sew over that coil, it folds the coil open because you're going to actually sew inside the coil. But we're not going to do that. So I need my iron, because that's the first thing we're going to do, is iron the zip coil open. Because when we sew, zip coil open, yeah, the zip's curled over onto the zip tape at the moment, and I want to sew inside there. So I need that to be flipped open, and I want to sew down that groove just there. So be careful. I mean,
What temperature, Debbie?
I'd go on a medium setting and just quickly flatten it out. If
Okay.
you've got one of those little irons, it would be a bit easier than doing this, but
Oh, the mini iron.
yeah,
I've just got
perfect.
steam. It's awesome.
Oh, is it a little prim one? Oh, I love those.
The one that looks like a mouse.
Yes, I have that one. In fact, I've got a few of them. I've even got one that the dog chewed, and it still works. It doesn't steam anymore, but it still works.
You know,
And they're great travel irons.
they are, aren't they? They're great.
Yeah, yeah.
Because a lot of mini irons don't have steam,
Yes, that's right.
and actually I use that a lot.
Right,
Okay,
so I've just
that's rolled.
curled it back. Then, as I say, we don't do the seam first like you would do with most of the zips. We're going to put the zip in first, and it goes in the back of the trousers. There is a dart in there that I'd do first, but I want to get into the zip, so I'll do the dart after. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Now, when you take your pattern off the trouser pieces, it's difficult to tell which is the front and which is the back, because they both look the same. These don't have a side seam, so the way it works is that goes over there, and then you can see the shape of the trousers, and this is the side bit. That's where the dart's going to go, but there's no side seam there. There's only a seam on the inside leg.
Oh, so that's giving a lovely finish then.
Yes, and they hang really nicely. But if you take your pattern off and you think, right, I can't tell which way is which now, the back of the trousers has got a larger scoop around here than the front, so that's the front and that's the back. And it's the back that we need to put the zip in.
Okay.
So let's lay these out. I find the easiest way with an invisible zip of figuring out which way it's going to go is to lay out the pattern pieces.
You can label
Right
all of
sides
these
up.
as well, can't you? And
Yes.
label your right side and back and front. And
Yeah.
especially if you bought one of the pens that we had last hour, this will show up beautifully on here and be durable enough to stay on your fabric whilst you're using it, but will easily wash out.
What pen was that then?
It was the Prim pencil, white pencil, which has gone. Was it a sew line or hemline?
Have a
It
look
was
at
a sew
that.
line. Retractable mechanical pencil.
Oh, really?
Very good. We might get it back in a minute.
Oh, all right. I'd like to see that.
It's very handy. It was the sew line, wasn't it? Yeah, no, it'll come back.
Right. So line up the top of the zip with the top of the hem. This is going to have a seam allowance at the top because it's interfacing. So that will be folded over. And then it does recommend that you put a little hook and eye on the top, and that'll help to stop the zip coming undone.
So it gives clearance for that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So I want that zip to go in the middle here. So my fabric is facing right side up. My zip's facing the right side up. Thank you. Oh. I'm not. Thank you. And that's chalk.
Do you remember those mechanical pencils you used to have at school?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like those. And so you can get different coloured leads that go in there. It's good, isn't it? Right, frisking Debbie Shaw on the way out, please, security.
If you don't mind. So that's laying with the right side up. It's not shoplifting until you leave the building, though, is it?
You know, it's Chris that will frisk you, don't you? Yeah.
It happens every day. I'm just really frightened.
I just forgot. Just slipped in. I don't know how.
Right. So this is my way of kind of just making sure that I've got everything the right way around. So I need to sew the raw edges of the zip together. So now I'm going to flip it over so that these raw edges are together. Yep. Line up the edge. I don't normally pin with the zips, but if you wanted to use a glue stick, then of course you could do. And I'm going to peel back this, where I pressed it, peel back the cord and just sew within the that groove there.
Okay.
And again, I'm not using a zipper foot.
Yeah,
because they're not that deep that it's going to interfere with the stitch line. So again, line up the edges. Let's get this started right at the top here. I'll take my stitch length down again.
So you don't baste it in place or anything like that?
No, you can do. Maybe if you're a little bit nervous or if it's the first time you've done this, but I find it just as easy. By the time I've basted, I could have sewn it in. And then you've got to unpick the stitches afterwards, but that's up to you. But I'm simply just holding back those teeth. And the idea is to sew as close to the teeth as I can, but without hitting them. If you hit the teeth, it's not the end of the world. You've got an unpicking job to do. Because if you hit the teeth, then the zip won't open. So that's it. Once you're in the flow with it, it's fine. And it's folded over nicely. And it's ever so quick to do these.
So, when you say these are easier than normal zips,
yes, I think so.
Is that because you don't have to then top stitch, turn them over and top stitch and do all of that jazz?
No, you're sewing in a groove that's already there, so you've already got your stitch line. There's no sewing from the top, so you're not worried about either missing the zip or getting a little bit wobbly. And you only sew down twice, and that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Zip done.
Yeah. And I just love the look of them. It gives a really professional finish. Now, when you come up to the slider here, you're not going to get right to the end of the zip. You can't, because this is all in the way. So you're going to sew as close as your foot will allow you to up to that slider, and then just sort of back stitch. And that's as far as it'll go.
Hang on, so none of this putting the zip through and jiggling it about and trying to get it back up so that you can sew right to the end? Or
That's that. And just make sure, pull the zip back if it's first time. Just make sure you haven't hit any of those teeth, so that should run smoothly.
So you've got a whole inch or so that is just floating at the moment.
Yes. I'll show you how that works in a sec. So that's gone into the one side. So I'm laying it out again, just to get in my head that I'm doing this the right way round.
So again, right side's
up. So that's now sewn there, so that'll fold over. And then I need this to go edge to edge with this side. So if I flip that over,
that will go right side's that side.
It's that side. But I need to sew from the zip.
Okay.
Because all of this dot's getting a bit twisted.
That's all right.
And you'll think you've got it all wrong, but you haven't. So,
Linda says, "Dear Debbie,
oh hello.
Thank you for making dressmaking look easy and helping us have the confidence to have a go."
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
I appreciate that. It's so nice to hear from people. Right, so same again.
But just on
Let's
the
get
other
it going,
side.
just on the other side. So if you're using a regular zipper foot, that just hit the teeth, then you may need to turn the foot over.
Right.
Move it from one side to the other, not turn it over upside down. And if you're using an invisible zip foot, then you'll use the groove on the opposite side. You don't need to change the foot, you just use the different groove. Oh, I've done it again, look.
Is it generally easier one side than the other?
No, I don't think so. It's easier if you lean right over the machine so you can see where you're sewing.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Who's got a tip? Emma.
Oh,
Emma
Emma
says, wash away wonder tape is great for basting zips in place.
Fantastic.
There you go.
Yes. Or if for speed, or sometimes you just use a glue stick.
Yeah, the ones that you can get for English paper piecing are perfect,
Yes.
aren't they, for
Yes.
that? Yeah, we've got sew line and hemline, I think, on our website. I'm not sure if the sew line ones are out of stock. Oh, is it Prim? Okay. Yeah. Whichever one we've got in stock, just make sure you get the appropriate refills, that's all.
Okay, so again, just open. I have got my nose right over the top, so apologies if you can't see what I'm doing. And just, again, just fold back the coil and sew as far as you can.
Perfect.
It's nice to put these in cushion covers as well. It's not just for garment making.
So if you're nervous, then maybe have a go at a cushion cover like this first.
Yeah, or just on a scrap piece of fabric.
Yeah.
Because you can always take the zip back out and reuse it, and then you're not actually sewing into your garment. So just have a bit of a practice. And again, I'm sewing as far as I can up to the slider.
This is the bit that worries me, is that I've now got a big gap.
I can sew a little bit closer. Sorry, I just want to get this perfect. I can sew a little bit closer to the coil here. So I'm going to open that up and just go back over that section.
And that's okay to do because you're not going to see it, are you?
No. Just over that little bit just there. And then I'm going to lay it out again. Sometimes these twist around. You have got it in the right way around, you just need to untwist it again. And then when I close the zip, it should be completely invisible. That's where I cut those stitches. But that's not a problem.
Thread caught in there, haven't
There
you?
is a thread caught in there.
Vanessa says, good morning, ladies. Lovely to
Hi.
see you both again. And
Thank
lovely
you.
to finally see you doing dressmaking, Debbie, for us all. Have a lovely day from Vanessa. Well, thank you,
Thank
Vanessa, for getting in
you.
touch.
Right, thread out. And we'll pull it up.
And in it goes.
Right, so that's the zip, which is barely seen there. And this is all open at the bottom.
Yeah, that's the bit that what is worrying me.
Right.
I can see a wardrobe malfunction.
We're not going to do that just yet, though.
Okay.
And normally, because what you're going to do is to sew the rest of the seam from the bottom up. So whether it's on a straight skirt or on a curve like this, you start from this end and sew around. When you get to the bottom of the zip, pull it out of the way.
Yeah.
And you're going to sew all the way until the end of the seam here.
Oh, so up to where you...
Up to that.
Right.
So don't sew down, sew back up to it.
Okay.
And then when you turn it over, and we'll do that in just a second when I've sewn the legs together, you shouldn't see anything. It should just look like one straight seam all the way down.
Okay.
It's ever so impressive, you know, the first time you do it.
Now, Debbie, I was looking at a sewing machine the other day, and it had like a V-shaped stitch like that, which
Right.
it said was a zip reinforcer stitch.
Oh, I've not seen that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a super posh machine. And I'm guessing that that would then go at the base of your zip so that when
That's
you
a good
yank it,
idea.
it doesn't... It was very clever, and it was purposely, it had an eyelet stitch and a zip thingies, like reinforcer stitch, and all these things. It was really, really clever. But I'm thinking that once that's done, would you presumably open up the seam and then... Or would just do it to one side on that hem?
On this one?
Yeah, or if you were to use it on there.
You'd have to open it up, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So maybe cut the end of the zip off or fold it back and then just do it inside there. I need to look out for that one.
It was on the Elna, not the Elna, it was on the Dukey that I had last week. It was very impressive. The Virtuoso.
The Virtuoso. Right, so I've got my 2 legs and they're hanging together with the zip in the middle.
Okay.
So I want to sew the inside leg right sides together now. So that's still hanging on with the zip, but we'll just sew the inside legs. I might even get this finished.
You're joking.
I might not.
Way.
I might not. So 5/8 inch seam allowance again.
Straight stitch or ziggity, ziggity, ziggity?
I would use a ziggity ziggity, but I really do want to get this finished.
Okay, right.
So I'm using straight stitch. They're quite a loose fit, and because you've got the zip, they don't have to use the stretch in the fabric, so you'll probably be all right with a straight stitch for these.
I like a loose fit trouser. Not
Do you?
gonna lie. Yeah, I certainly do.
Okay. And then same on the other leg. So I've got a whole leg inside out there.
Right.
So I need another whole leg inside. Oh, I need to do those darts. I'm going to do the darts last.
Okay.
They're my trousers. I can do what I want.
You didn't care. Didn't care. Just go crazy,
Dart
Debbie.
smart.
Yeah, it's the weekend. It's fine. Should we be worried about darts?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Whilst you do that, Debbie, because that's sewing in a straight line in exactly the same place that you just sewed, I'm going to do a very quick roundup. You need the trouser pattern, very, very popular, and half of the stock has gone this morning already. I think a very flattering trouser, actually, because whatever the shape of your leg, it's just going to flow over it and going to look fabulous. And the nice thing about making trousers is that you can make them to the right length for you. Being a big old bird, as I am, having long legs, trousers are tricky, so this is the way forward for me. There we go. So $9.99 for that, and your different sizes coming up on the screen. So again, go by your inches, and again, check on the website. Second picture in, when you click on the product, will then show you the sizing and also show you how much fabric you will need for your size. Stock warning. The black Ponteroma, yes. And the marl grey, which was my second one because it looks incredibly close to the other one, yes. They are nearly sold out. So please, please, please check out if you've got those in your basket. It is only yours if you check out your basket. If it's just sitting in your basket, others can get them. Purple Ponteroma, very, very popular. I mean, this is what we're making in it today. 3/4 of the stock has gone. That's going to look lovely with a nice pair of high heels, isn't it? Really swish. But then with a little pair of pumps, great for the school run. Perfect. Or if you're going on a cruise or something like that, then pair of heels for the evening, pair of pumps for sightseeing. Sorted. Perfect. Now, what about the green? What are we looking at with the green? Yep, brand new today is your green. And again, you know, the look of these trousers is going to be incredibly different depending on which fabric you choose to go with, the length, lots of ways in which you can make these look very different indeed. $5.99 per half a metre. This is your olive soft touch jersey fabric. $5.99 per half a metre. Great value fabrics. Brand new today. Which one next? The camel. Camel, very popular, but these, yeah, I think camel looks great with black. I mean, look, there you go, look at that. That works, doesn't it? Well, it does, because, you know, like I said about that lady with the nice wrap that she had with a black underneath, it looks so lovely. Again, if you've got a little black vest top or something to wear with your trousers, perfect. And that is $3.99. It is quite an Italian look, isn't it? Sort of black and tan together, really smart. Classy and classic. Anything else we wanted to look at, or can we? The what? Navy bubble. Debbie, with this, with the navy bubble,
Oh, that's nice.
yeah, it's got the nice smooth underneath. So you've got the texture on the outside, but look, it's almost like it's lined. Do you see what I mean? On the
Yeah,
inside,
that's
so it's still
lovely.
going to skim.
It's a nice density as well, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
It's not heavy, but it's
Still got enough
not
stretch.
see-through. Yeah, like that. These trousers would be nice in that, wouldn't
It would be really nice in that, yeah. So when you're chasing after grandchildren, you've still got a bit of stretch to bend down and grab them.
Okay, so I've sewn together the inside legs, so I'm left with a strange looking pair of trousers that's it's held together just with the invisible zip.
It's slightly revealing, I'm going to say. I mean,
It's a bit like chaps, isn't it?
yeah, it is like chaps, yes.
So we're going to turn one of the legs the right side out. We're going to put the right side out leg inside the inside out leg.
I always get myself in such a muddle when I do this.
Okay, and then line up the seams. So there's my zip. And I did put one of the darts in while you were chatting, but only one of them.
Did you? Super
I
speedy
did.
dart woman.
So
Now,
zip goes
Rose
down
would
there.
like to know, great show, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we put an elastic in the waistband of the trousers instead of the zip?
You'd need to cut it a bit wider because the zip makes them quite fitted around the waist.
Right.
So if you, or leave the darts out. Yeah, just leave the darts out and do that.
All right, there you go. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because you've got a little bit of
So-
stretch, haven't you? Because you're
Yes.
working with jersey, so that's all right.
So then let's put a pin in here. This is the gusset.
Now, do you open those seams up?
I'm going to squash them in opposite directions.
Okay,
Because
go for it.
with jersey fabric, it kind of bounces back. So you can try ironing it, but it's designed not to be ironed.
Oh, say
but
that
if
again,
you-
Debbie.
No ironing!
Yay!
But if you squish them in opposite directions, that just cuts down on the bulk as if you were opening the seams out.
Okay.
So let's pin around here. So
A bit like you would interlock your seams on your quilt.
Yes.
Nest them together.
yes,
Okay.
and up to the waist. So this is the front of the waist, and this takes you all the way around the crotch up to the back where the zip is. I chose this colour because I thought you'd be able to see everything on screen. I hope you can make out what I'm actually doing. Like so. So if I just hold it up a bit, I've got one leg inside the other.
So the leg that you turned inside out, so that the correct side, the outside of the leg, as you will wear it,
Yes.
that leg you then stuff inside the
Yes.
other one.
So that you've got
Weird.
the right sides together. So your seams are both on the side that you're going to be sewing now.
Yeah.
And then we're going to sew. So again, sew from the opposite end to the zip.
Okay.
That was my scissors. Thank you.
Just remove them from you, Debbie.
Thank you. And so. It's such an easy way of making trousers. And I think because you've got the zip in there, it does give you a tailored look. So they're a little bit more dressy than lounge trousers.
Well, this is my next step. So my promise to myself when I was on maternity was that I would start dressmaking because I'd put on so much weight. I didn't want to spend a lot on clothes.
Yeah.
And also elastic was my friend.
Yes.
So I made a lot of elasticated trousers. But yeah, you know, like Rose, I've got a fear of the zip.
No, don't. Just
I
have
could
a
do
go.
this.
Try once and you'll be hooked.
Okay.
So I'm coming up to the bottom of the zip now.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to make sure that when I get to the zip end here, I'm going to tuck that out of the way
Right.
and line up my seam so it meets the bottom of the zip perfectly. And as soon as I get to that stitch, I'm going to stop and just reverse backwards.
Okay.
And you can trim the end of the zip off if you want to.
So if you had that fancy schmancy zigzag stitch, that's where you'd put it.
Yes, you'd have to open
Over the
that
base,
up and-
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So let me. So then you're going to turn. Just checking. I've had a bad run. Turn the inside out leg the right side out. So both legs are the right side out. That was the leg.
There.
So there's your trousers. And there's your zip in the back,
Perfect. Look at that.
which
Before our
that
very
needs a bit of a
eyes.
press. And then when that undoes, There's your zip.
Right, and then the top, how do we finish off the top?
The top has a waistband that goes inside. Okay. So these are in 3 parts and you need to join them together. But I'll do it in just a sec, but just in case we run out of time. That's going to be sewn right sides together with the top here. In fact, it overlaps a little bit. Like that. And then after you've sewn, that's folded over and stitched to the inside. Shall I show you on those ones?
Yeah.
So you get this.
So that effectively gives you a facing?
Yes.
Right.
So I've hand stitched to the inside of the zip. You can top stitch if you want to. It doesn't say so in the instructions. When you come to the darts here, there's again just another little hand stitch into the dart just to hold that facing down. You would have interfacing on the back of there as well. I have put it on this one, but
right.
I ran out.
So is that a light weight, medium weight? What weight interfacing?
Just lightweight.
Lightweight.
That's fine,
okay,
yeah.
So it's just to give it a little bit of...
It's to stop the fabric from stretching too much, because again, these are quite fitted. If you're going to use elastic, obviously don't use interfacing because it won't stretch.
Okay.
Okay, so that's that. I've got the dart really quickly. The darts are over the hips on the side. So I've just marked those in chalk, and I've done one already, but basically fold those over so that the chalk marks meet. And the trick with darts is, as you sew, to very gently curve around the edge here so you don't get a point.
Hey, hang on, say that again.
If you sew directly off the end of your fabric when you get to the end of the dart, when you turn it the right side out, sometimes you can get a little point.
Yes, which is very annoying.
So if you curve it, just as you come up to the edge of the fold, just curve very gently. It'll give a smoother look.
Now, we've had some guests that shorten their stitch length when they get to there, or they do a little tick. And
I do a tick.
Back, you do a little, and so that will then secure that dart good and proper.
Because when I was younger, when I was doing my dressmaking courses and things, they'd tell you to take the 2 threads when you get to the end of the dart and tie them in a knot.
Yes.
And it can be ever so fiddly. And then the longer threads, that you take a hand sewing needle and you thread it back through the folded fabric of the dart. And you probably won't, because it's time consuming, and then you might find your darts come undone. But if you go to the end of your dart, mine's here, I don't know if you can see the chalk mark, and then again I'm very gently curving that round, get right to the edge of the fold, and then sew just a couple of stitches backwards up the fold.
Okay.
So
and that's your tick.
That's the tick, and that's the same kind of thing as taking your hand sewing needle and sewing your threads back in again, but that took 2 seconds, not 2 minutes.
Okay, that's great. Diane says, I am enjoying the show.
Oh, good, thank you.
Could you put the zip in the front?
You could do. It doesn't make any difference, really. It's wherever you prefer it to be.
Okay.
It wouldn't make any difference to the fit or anything like that.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Well, it's hidden, so you're not going to see it anyway, are you?
No.
Perfect.
You can stick it in the knee if you like. You won't see it.
Good. I mean, it won't help you get them on unless you've got a large knee. Who said that? What? Elaine says, does she need a... She probably covered it, but she missed it. Do we need a special foot for the twin needle? Not a special foot. Just make sure you use like your...
Oh, for the twin needle?
Yeah.
No, just your standard zigzag foot. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah. If you're using a walking foot...
That's fine.
Then that's fine too.
Yeah, just make sure, if you're sewing in straight lines, then your standard foot, your walking foot, your zigzag foot, whatever they call it.
Satin stitch
satin
foot.
stitch
Anything
foot's fine.
That's wide enough to allow for those.
But if you're doing a decorative stitch, as I said earlier, your needle's going to swing from one side to the other.
Yeah.
So just make sure that it doesn't swing so far that it will hit the foot. So turn the hand wheel towards, always turn hand wheels towards you on sewing machines, never away from you. So turn it towards you and just make sure when the needle moves over, if it touches the foot, it's going to break. So narrow your stitch.
Okay. Perfect. Now this is your interfaced waistline here.
It is. So this is in 3 parts. So we need to sew these together.
Would you zigzag this stitch? Or
no, because this isn't going to move.
Because it's interfaced.
Yes. Sometimes with facings like this, it'll tell you to finish off the seam, as the raw edge as well. But I don't really think you need to with this, partly because the fabric's not going to fray, but the interfacing is going to stop it from moving anyway. So I wouldn't on this one personally.
So actually, 1, 2, and you've got 6 pieces to this, to these trousers. That's not a lot, is it?
No. And they really are very quick to make.
That's really good.
So, I mean, considering we've put all of this together, apart from cutting out the pattern, put all of it together in about half an hour. All I need to do is put the waistband on and hem them. And that's
then
that.
you're good to go.
Yes. So I'll find the centre back just by creasing. And then the facing's going to go literally around the top. So that there's only a back and front seam, remember, so don't try and match up the side seams because there aren't any.
Well, that's made life easier already, hasn't it?
Yes. And you might find it easy to do it the other way out if you want to turn the trousers inside out again. That's up to you. Just turn this so I'm facing them. Push the dart to the back when you come to the dart.
And it always goes to the back, doesn't it? Whenever you're
Yes.
putting darts in clothes, always press or stitch in to the back. Because
Yes.
you don't want, if you imagine these are my darts here, you don't want them creating extra bulk at
Yeah.
the front. You want them smooth to go behind.
That's it.
That's the way that I have to remember it. Smooth the way behind.
And then again, just pin all the way across. And then sew.
Do you snip away the top of that dart?
Yeah, they should actually sit level with the top of the waistband. Normally that's what happens with darts, but these haven't, but yes, I would do.
Okay. And then says thank you.
That's all right, thank you.
Very polite, our viewers, you know.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah, lovely.
Right.
Now, hang on, you're going from the centre back seam.
Yeah, because they've got a stretch fabric underneath there, I just want to make sure the fabric is pushed, it's all pushed in the same direction, rather than starting at one end and going all the way around and finding something shifted.
Ooh. Is that your funny
Funny
one?
bone.
It's not funny. Why is it
It
called
isn't funny. Well, other people maybe think it's funny when you hit it.
Okay. Well, actually, that's your front centre seam, isn't it? Not your back, because your zip's at the back.
Oh, the front centre seam, yes, sorry. This is because I'm not following instructions as I'm doing it. The beauty, I mean, I've made the 2 pairs of these already. You can do it without the instructions. Might be an idea, as you suggested before, to trace off the pattern.
Yeah.
Because you're going to find somebody else in your household that says, well, I like those, can you make them in my size?
Yes.
So you've already got the pattern there in your size, but you've got different leg lengths. So it could be a pair of pyjamas. You
With
know,
a zip.
it could be
Controversial.
it could be a pair of shorts, you know.
Actually, they do give you a short option, don't they?
Yeah.
As well. Because that's another thing that I can never find to fit me as shorts.
Really?
Yeah. I don't fit a good short at all. Oh, now hang on. Can we just show this? Because what have you done here at the end?
At the end, I've
By the zip.
folded the fabric back on itself
Yeah.
again, so that the edge of the fabric matches up with the end of the
So
zip.
that's creating a hem effectively, isn't it?
Yeah, and then when you fold it over to the wrong side, you can trim that off or tuck it out of the way. And then it's that fold that's going to be hand sewn just inside the teeth.
Can I just show?
Sorry, yeah.
There we go. So that's where it is when you do it. Debbie says tuck or snip out the way. Fold that down there. And that was where you just hand stitched.
Just hand sew. If you've got a very patterned fabric, you may be able to just machine sew that, just to keep it in place. And then it recommends on the pattern that you put a hook and eye on the top as well.
Oh, okay. Would you top stitch, under stitch, any kind of stitch?
I'd maybe top stitch. Again, in the pattern, it doesn't tell you to do anything with it, just press it.
Okay.
And it does stay in place actually, but if you do top stitch it, then it's going to stay in place even better. But use a stretchy top stitch.
And here they are. This is what they look like worn. Now, the one on the left-hand side, the
Yes.
patterned one, is that just a light jersey? Just a lightweight?
Yes, it's lighter than the purple. It was in the previous hour in the 8 o'clock show. You were wearing the T-shirt in
I was wearing the green.
Colourway.
Oh, yeah, we didn't have it in that colour.
Oh, have you not? Oh,
No,
okay.
we're out of stock of it. So that's in the green version that I was wearing.
The green
So
looks
that's
just as nice though.
Yeah. And that's a lighter weight jersey. So this is going to work in a lighter weight jersey
Yes.
too. They'll just be lighter weight summer trousers. Perfect.
And those of them, that's Kimberly, my daughter, when I asked her to model them, because she's got a lot nicer figure than I have. She put them on, she said, do you know, if I was going to make some trousers, I'd make these. These are just the kind of trousers that I'd like to wear.
Really?
So, yeah, so I need to get a pattern for her so she can have a go. Because they're just so comfy. And fashionable as well.
But that's what you want, isn't it? You know, and if you're running around after small people, or you know, just going about your daily chores, you want comfort.
Yes. But it's nice to look smart as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking good. Oh, we're done. We're all finished.
We're out of time.
Oh,
that's a shame.
I was going back for more. Debbie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. So lovely to see you. Thank you
you.
very much for coming in.
Thank you.
When are you next in?
I don't know. I was thinking before I came to the studio, I hope she'll tell me that because I don't know. It won't be long. I've got a lot of days coming up in October anyway because John's off. So.
Lovely. Well, we will see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. See you soon. Right. Okay. Have you got your pattern? That's what they look like. Short length, long length. 3/4 of the stock has gone. So if you want to get them now. Don't miss out. Yeah. Here they are. There we go. So if you would like, get the right size, 6/22, do check the sizing and the fabric amounts. That's on the website. Click on this item on the website. Underneath where we're live, that's where you'll find it. And then the second picture should be the back of it, which will give you your measurements. The purple Ponte Roma has nearly sold out, so if you have that in your basket, please do check out. Make sure that you don't miss out on that. They do look lovely in the purple, don't they? Only 5 meters of this left, so maybe 2 more pairs of trousers out of that, depending on what length you're going for. So £3.99 per half a meter. Please make sure you check that out. What about the other grey? So the other grey Ponte Roma, the Merle grey, what about the mid grey? Half of the stock of this one is gone. So if you have looked for the other grey and gone, oh no, why not go for this one? But it's very, very similar. I mean, if you look at the difference in the colouring, there's not a great deal in it. This is a slightly lighter weight one, the one that we have stock of, but do you know what? There it is, £4.99 for your mid grey. The pattern fabric that we had in the picture just, yes, there's a little bit of that stock left in those trousers. So what we'll do is we'll put those details through in the break that we're just going to, so that then if you want that, sweep in and get it. Now coming up after the break, we've got brand new fabrics, everything from cats to dragons and Dorothy in between. See you in a minute.
Sewing Quarters Christmas Advent Calendar is here and available for you to pre-order. Filled with 24 surprise gifts from brands such as Aurifil, Liberty, Metler and John James. There is a treat every day in the run-up to Christmas. And for every person who pre-orders the Advent Calendar, we will be giving you a free Christmas SQ pin badge. You will receive this when you place your order, and then your Advent Calendar will be posted out to you in October when it is officially launched. You can pre-order your Sewing Quarter Christmas Advent Calendar online now at www.sewingquarter.com or through our UK call centre on 0800 112 44 33.
Here at Sewing Quarter, we like to send all our new customers a free gift to welcome them to the Sewing Quarter family. And for a limited time, we are sending all new customers a gorgeous 2-metre fabric bundle. So if you haven't shopped with Sewing Quarter before, what are you waiting for? Head to our website at www.sewingquarter.com or watch our demonstrations on Freeview Channel 73 or Sky Channel 687.
Our lovely Jane Alcock is here to tell you about her Block of the Month series, perfect for both beginners and more advanced quilters.
Hi, I'm Jane. I'm Sewing Quarters on-screen designer. Each month I'm going to demonstrate a different block, and we will start from the very basics, so if you're a beginner it'll be really good for you, but if you're more advanced we're going to twist that block slightly and create something new. Over the 12 months we're going to learn how to do the basics of measuring and cutting and how to accurately piece your patchwork. If you're new to patchwork and quilting, this is going to be a really good exercise to gradually build your skills in patchwork, and over the 12 months we're going to create a very basic sampler quilt. If you're a more advanced patchwork and quilter, we're going to revisit the basic techniques. You'll maybe learn some more hints and tips from me, some things you may not have done before, and we're going to revisit the basics, but then we're going to twist that basic block and create something new. We will be making 10 different blocks, and then for the 11th month we'll be looking at joining those blocks together to make a quilt, and the quilting techniques, the different ways of joining those blocks. And then for the final month, the 12th month, we're going to look at binding and finishing your quilt.
Watch Jane's Block of the Month on the 10th day of every month at 10 AM on Freeview Channel 73, Sky Channel 687, or online at www.sewingquarter.com. You can also catch up on any episodes that you've missed on our YouTube channel. Just search for Sewing Quarter on YouTube.
Hello, welcome back. Hasn't it been lovely having Debbie on the shows? She's fabulous. What a treat. Right, this hour we are launching brand new fabrics. Yes, indeedy. Before we do fabric bundles, let me give you a fabric panel. For those cat lovers. How about a panel? How about a cat-based panel? And here it is from the Cool Cats range from Makawa. This is 60 by 112 centimeters. So that's 44 inches selvage to selvage. Your usual quilting width, 100% cotton. And this is the panel, 60 inches that way, 112 centimeters that way. They do look like very contented cats. They are cool cats, happy cats. You like the one with the green neckerchief, do you? Well, this one. I like the one that is playing chicken. Over here, there's a big chicken in the middle there. There's lots and lots to look at here. Now, you can either use this as a panel, or you can cut up the different squares if you wish to, or you can just use that as is. It's brilliant, isn't it? I like the mice. I like the little clockwork mice. You like that one? That one looks like it's singing. Yes. Very chirpy. I like the one in the party hat. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? There! Hang on, I'm looking for the other one. There was another one of it in a party hat. There! A cat in a hat. Whee! He's having his own little party with the butterflies. They all look very contented. Loads of you going straight for this, popping it in your baskets. Now this might be a quilt that you're going to make. Maybe you're going to cut up those patches. Maybe you're just going to quilt it as is. If you buy multiples of this, it will be cut in a continuous length, I believe. Oh no, not the panels. Oh, the panels will come as is. Okay, so if you bought two, there'll be two panels already cut. Just so that you know, my mistake there. Now maybe you want to do cushions out of this. Because a little 4-patch like that, pick a 4-patch, sash it, bosh, cushion done. Lovely. Oh, look at the fish. And you've got hearts and butterflies. This is a brilliant panel. There's so much. The more you look at it, the more you see. I hadn't noticed the fish. There. And you've got butterflies. You've even got an umbrella with a cat, or a cat with an umbrella, depending on which way around you want to look at it. And there it is. Cat in the rain. I've never seen a cat look happy in the rain at all. Disgruntled, yes. Happy? Meh, not so much. And look at this one with his little mouse. Brilliant. Your cat ruined your cat flap yesterday. How did it do that? It went through the cat flap so quickly, it wrecked it. Ah, the dog scared it. That would do it. Now, how about a fabric bundle? A mega bundle, I hear you say. Mega cats? Yes, mega cats. Now, the panel isn't included in the bundle. So if you're going, then that's just down to the numbers. That is just a numbers thing. So if you've gone for the panel and now you need all of the fabrics, I will do them as a mega bundle and then I'll do them individually for you. So if you would like a 5 meter bundle, look at the price for that. 10 half meters for $59.49. That is your mega bundle. And this is from the Cool Cats range. So that's your whole lot. Should we have a look at them individually? So I'll show you them individually. You can buy them then by the half meter. So if you want a lot more of one, then you can pop that in. And if you say wanted a meter, then you'd put 2 in the units box and that would give you a continuous unit. So this is your first one, which is Cream Jumping Cats. Brand new today. It's lovely colourways, isn't it? You've got fresh mint, zesty yellow in there. There they are. Again, looking really pleased with themselves. They're frolicking, almost. Oh, look at that one with the bird on its head. Frolicking cats. $5.99 for the happiest cats you'll ever see. Yeah, no, there are lovely butterflies. And there was a nice little block in the panel as well with the butterflies on. It was rather lovely. Then the next, I like this one. This is your Pink Parade. So there's a lot of cream cats going on, but then every now and then you've got a different coloured cat thrown in. Multi-directional. All of these are 100% cotton, 44 inches selvage to selvage, or 112 centimetres if you do that centimetre thing. And a lot of cats and mice. But again, great. So multi-directional. Is there a pattern in the cats? Yes, there is a pattern in the cats. So that's your pattern in it. Pattern in it. So if you let's have a look, your 45 degree would take you across like that. So you'd get cats like that if you're doing a bias binding with it. If you're going to cut it that way with your 2.5 inch strip, or if you're going to cut it this way, then you'd get all your cats in. Which upside down cats. Whichever way you fancy. You're sorted, aren't you? You'd probably cut your 2.5 strip like that if you wanted to just see the cat in the middle. Perfect. So you can fussy cut these, and also imagine fussy cutting and just having just a single cat in your hexes if you're English paper piecing. Lovely. I have that in turquoise too. They've got some really lovely colours in this. Macau do beautiful colours, don't they? Here we are. It is a light teal rather than a turquoise, but we often find this, don't we, with the namings of fabrics. They're not quite what we would name them, but I think they just get, bamboozled by the number of fabrics they have to name. I would have said that was like a minty green behind, but we'll go with whatever they want to call it. Well, we always argue over what they call it. I'm really pernickety over what colour, but yeah, there we go. You've got basically all of these colours will work together. And that is your teal cats. You see, this is what I would have called more teal. And they've called this turquoise again. Well, these are your leaping turquoise cats. You can, yeah, I mean, again, it does bring out those cats. So the cats are the same colour, apart from you haven't got your light teal cats. But you've got all the others in there. Actually, don't the yellow ones really show up here? It does have a bit of a Dashwood feel. I'm glad that you said that, because I was thinking it. Especially when I look at the stripe that's coming. Well, it is, and I keep having to look at the selvage to remind myself that it is Macawa, because it does have that sort of... So if you're a lover of Dashwood, you would be forgiven for thinking that there was a hint of that here. And that's $5.99 per half a metre, so a great price per half a metre as well. These are brand new today. If you love a good cat, we do love a good premiere. All this hour, I've got brand new fabrics. Brand new. A little something for everyone. So today it's all about the cat lover. Why not? The next one is the Yellow Parade. I am not normally a big lover of yellow, but I really like this one. I think it's just because I don't really wear yellow. I can't really wear yellow, so it's not my colour. But I love this. Look at that. Chris says that he'd make a skirt out of this. He'd probably wear it too. Is that just on Wednesdays? No, just any day. Any day. Chris says he doesn't trouble himself with other people's opinions. That's fine. You might get the odd look. It would be an eye turner. Eye turner? Head turner. That would be the one. Eye catching. That's the difference between... I think you'd look lovely in that, Chris. What can I say? Ah, here we go. Yeah, we'd like to see photos of it. Cat paraphernalia, otherwise known as grey scatter. So this is effectively your ditzy, isn't it? And again, all of these 100% cotton, 44 inches selvage to selvage, or 112 centimetres if you are Mr. Metric. There's some cheese. There is still your clockwork mouse. I don't know if you can even get clockwork mice anymore. I don't know. Can you? Should we have a close look? Here we go. This is all quilting weight cotton as well. We've done dressmaking. Now we're on to your quilting weight cottons. You've got milk. You've got cheese, paw prints, fish, cat bowl. Oh, twine. Yeah, bowl of that. There's all sorts in there. You have to be careful though these days, don't you? It's one of those things, you're not actually meant to give cats milk. You have to give them special cat milk. Yeah, they're not very good with lactose. Yeah. My cat, when he was a kitten, he'd go crazy for cat milk. Oh, he loved it. Yeah, no, oh gosh, he'd scoff it quicker than quickety quick. Absolutely loved it. Here we go. Oh, this is lovely too. Now maybe you had the cat mats, the cat dinner mats that we had from June Tailor. What day was that? Was that, hang on, what day are we now? It would have been Tuesday, wouldn't it? Tuesday the 24th, we had Rosemary and doing cat mats, June Tailor cat mats, quilt as you go. So maybe this would fit in a treat. This is, yeah, this is, I think, a much prettier. The other was quite dramatic. This is much prettier in the lighter colours. You like the dramatic one. But again, if you're quilting, then you need the lights, the darks, the mid-tones, don't you? You need all of that. They say you should squint, don't they? Squint at your fabric to decide whether it's light, mid-tone or dark. Have you never heard of it? Oh no, have a good squint, and you'll soon see. If you're unsure as to whether or not it's light, dark or mid-tone fabric, have a squint and you'll soon sort of realise. Chris, every day is a school day. Producer Chris says he's learning a lot today. Well, you know, we like to facilitate that. These are your grey jumping cats. I really like this in grey. It does pick out the pink, doesn't it? So the teal really brought out the yellow for some reason, and this is really bringing out the pink. I really like this in grey. You do have jumping cats, but you also have chilled out cats, party cats, cats with birds, bird-loving cats, and the cats chasing butterflies. My mum's dog likes to chase butterflies. Yeah, she'll spend hours in a meadow just chasing butterflies. It's very sweet. $5.99 per half a metre. Fabulous price, brand new fabrics today. Hooray! Oh no, I like the grey. I like the grey a lot. Oh yeah. A turquoise scatter. No, well, okay, so Chris, you know we're saying mid-tone light, so case in point. Light, mid-tone, dark. There you go. This is so light, mid-tone, dark. And here it is. This is your other colour with your scatter. But I like the fact they've given you different tones of the same colour. Yeah, so it just all complements, but it saves it being exactly matchy-matchy the same. So here you will see more of those oranges and yellows because it's more of a blue coloured base, and blue and yellow and blue and orange complementary colours. So that's why those will always stand out. No, that's the isn't it? And then, so you've also got, so this will end up being your ditzy. The Cats on Parade will be your mid-size pattern, and then that will be your large size pattern. So for quilters, you're sorted, especially if you bought the whole shebang. You've got your ditzy, you've got your middle size, and then you've got your larger print, whilst also having a light, mid-tone and dark fabric. There you go. Done. Last one is this one, which is your stripe. Now, I really like this, and I think that a lot of you, even if you don't like cats and aren't going for the cat fabric, will go for this stripe because it's fabulous. Have you got a scarf similar to this? Ah. I really like it. And the beauty of it is that those stripes are not straight. So your stitching does not need to be either. If your stitching goes a little bit wobbly here and there, that's okay. It's very forgiving. And that's $5.99. This is your rose wavy stripe. Chris, it is not wrong that you want a shirt out of this. I think that's very right. That would look really smart, actually. And of course, because you can buy as much as you like, it is by the half metre, then this will come as a continuous amount. So if you do want 2 meters for dressmaking, put 4 in the units and you'll get it. There we are. I really like that. I like that a lot. So that, of course, is picking up all of the colours that are in everything. So now you've seen them all, let's put them here. If you're after the bundle, so they are my large ones there. Then let's have a look at my putty tats there. There. And then you've got, here we go, like this. So, if I show you this like this, you've got your big, medium, 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 little, 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 and stripe. It's a lovely mix. So also combined with your solid, also combined with your panel. I mean, imagine if you've got the panel, if you just went for the stripe, then that would go round the edge of your panel beautifully, wouldn't it? Now obviously the panel is separate. Just imagine if you did your sashing with that. But of course, if you have bought the mega bundle and the panel is separate, the panel isn't part of this mega bundle. Well, I'm just going to pop the panel here, just so that those of you that have bought the panel and the mega kit. Now the panel is separate, but just look how beautifully it all goes. It is perfecto. Then there you go, $59.49. YFXC20. This is your Cool Cats range. So the panel is separate, and if you're going for the mega bundle, that is your mega bundle. There we go. Now, just to reiterate, if you are going for the panel, if you're buying multiple panels, they are already cut, so you'll just get multiple panels. It won't be in one long length. Right. Let's change the theme. Have we had any photos of pets in? No? Oh, I do like a picture of a pet. Right. Growing up, how many of you grew up with The Wizard of Oz? Absolute classic. Everybody has. Surely there's no place like home. There's no place like home. If you are a fan, or if you've got grandchildren that are, or children that are, this might be the fabric for you. Could very well be the fabric for you. Because this is your bundle. And it's 4 half meters, 2 meters of fabric. And this is what you're getting. So you've got just the little heads of everybody there. And then you've got the full bodies here, and there is a metallic finish, which is gorgeous. Look at that. Yeah, on the Tin Man. No, it's really lovely. And on the hot air balloon too. You've got a bit of metallic on there. So it's a bit posh, a bit special. And instead of red shoes, she's got silver glittery shoes. I know it's wrong, but it's kind of right in here. Your winged monkeys have a bit of glitter. They used to terrify me too. Oh yeah, when the winged monkeys came out, no thank you very much, I was behind that sofa quicker than quickety quick. There's Glenda the Good Witch with her sparkly wand. They said sword, but that's wrong. Toto's got a little bit of glitter on him too. And you've got lots of stars because it's magical. And you've also got, oh there you go, that's everything. And then we can have a look at it, because I was getting excited with the fabric. This one, so you can buy these by the half meter. If you want the lot, go for it. This is a Riley Blake design, so you know that she's always going to be colourful. And this is basically scenes. Children's stories are great. And I think that Riley Blake does love a bit of that. The Cowardly Lion, he's not cowardly, look, he's brave, he's got a little crown on. Now, Scarecrow is up here, he doesn't have any glitter on. She's got glittery shoes. And again, like I say, there's glitter in the Wizards hot air balloon. The Tin Man, I don't know that's smoke. Because that was an oil can, wasn't it, his head? I think it's just, maybe it's just the smell of old oil. And what's this? This is the Emerald City. From afar. Being all emeraldy. Toto the dog? Yeah, it was Toto. Definitely Toto. Yeah. And then you got the talking trees. Yeah, they used to freak me out as well. And we haven't got crazy monkeys in this. No crazy monkeys in this. Imagine if you were doing a cathedral window. You could have little, you could frame it, you could appliqué. It's framed beautifully by flowers. Yellow what all the way through it? The yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road? Yeah. Oh yeah, all around it. It's nice, isn't it? So maybe you've got, I don't know, someone that loves the story and you want to make them a bag, or... What have we got? Liesl says, hi Natasha, the shoes in the Book of the Wizard of Oz were silver, not red. Yeah, was that just for Hollywood, that she went with ruby red slippers? Probably was, wasn't it? You see, there you go. You can tell the people that just watch it and those that have actually read it. I never read it. No, I just watched it. I loved it. Loved it as a kid, apart from, like I say, the monkeys. They used to freak me out. But here they are. Do you see, this is it. So the winged monkeys, they've got glittery rings. If they'd given them glittery wings, might not have scared me so much. Has anyone seen Wicked? Oh, I love it. Oh no, I love Wicked the musical is one of the best musicals. I absolutely love it. And it's the story as to how the Wicked Witch became wicked. It's brilliant. Now, underneath all of these, if you've seen Wicked, can you back me up here? It's awesome. This is the Tin Woodman. And there he is. Then obviously there's Glinda is the Good Witch. And then you've got the Wicked Witch of the West. You've got the Great Oz. You have to say it in that voice because he's the Great Oz. Great and powerful, yep. But it just says the Great Oz, that's right. The King of Beasts, that's what they've called the lion. With his crown. The Scarecrow. Who else have we got? We've got Dorothy, obviously. Where's Dorothy gone? Oh, she's over here. Down there. We've got Toto in the basket down. Oh, down there. There's Toto. It's lovely, isn't it? And so anybody that forgets the names, you're fine. Oh, the silver shoes. Here we go. You've actually got the silver shoes there, labelled the silver shoes. Now, where are we going? There they are, the silver shoes. It's all good, isn't it? This is £8.49 per half a metre, but look at all the silver on there. This is your silver sparkle fabric. Are you going to get this one, Chris? You got to. Well, hang on a minute. Toto. Always got to look at the selvage. Toto is your selvage. There are all the different fabrics in there. I love that. But April in Australia. Oh, I do like it when that works. Yes, love this fabric and totally loved Wicked. My favourite story from childhood. I was never frightened. April, yeah, you're obviously braver than we are. But Wicked is awesome. It's just brilliant. I've seen it twice now. Love it. Love it. The clouds. Let's do that. Well, of course, it all kicks off in a bit of a storm, doesn't it? Was it a tornado or a hurricane? I can't remember. It was a tornado. You see, you wouldn't think that a tornado was coming, would you? The stars are sparkly. And the sunbeams are sparkly. This is obviously the morning after the storm the night before. But I think that would make a lovely pillowcase with your sparkly stars on. I'm not sure at what age children should start watching The Wizard of Oz. I think it's time that Freddie saw it. If you are using this for binding, then of course you've got your 45-degree angle coming up there, which is lovely. Perfect. Beautiful fabrics there. Okay, and that's actually just a lovely one to have in your stash, either way. And the last one from this range, let's take a look, is this one. Oh, there you go, there is your tornado. Or is it a whirlwind? What's the difference between a whirlwind and a tornado? Do we know? Any budding geographers out there? Meteorologists? Well, don't geographers learn about these things too? Don't they learn about the weather? Anyway, if anyone can tell me what the difference is between a tornado and a whirlwind, I would like to know. Because there's a wealth of knowledge out there. Now then, have we got Aunt Em? Yep, we've got Aunt Em. There's Aunt Em there. Tripping along happily. And then you've got Dorothy and Toto. Oh, hang on, let me find that one there. Dorothy and Toto. Just, you know, having a nice time. There's the house lifting off. Woo! Oh, a tornado is a major whirlwind. Okay, so it's a big one. So the difference is just size. It's the same thing, but just bigger. We're all very technical. And then you've got your echo of the clouds that we've got in the other fabric. So again, giving it that tie-in. And you've got your pigs and your chickens and your cows. Yeah, the barns is nice, isn't it? And so American. You don't get barns that shape in this country. It's very much a sort of Midwest-shaped barn, if we're going to be barnist about it. $7.99 per half a metre. This doesn't have any silver on it, so it's slightly less expensive. Because obviously that silver, whilst being a lovely feature and giving that extra little zhuzh to your fabric, a tornado must touch land. Oh, okay, so you can just have whirlwinds out at sea. Oh, a tornado versus, oh, Emma in Warwickshire, she's a tornado expert here. Tornado versus whirlwind, tornado must touch land. Okay. You see, I've never understood that. You know, countries that get hurricanes every year. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I'd stress and panic about it all the time. Just because I wouldn't know what to do with all my animals. There we go, $32.99 if you'd like the whole bundle. Isn't it charming? You've got lots of silver in there. So silver on those three, and just the last one that we showed you without the silver. $32.99. Yeah, you can really see the silver in there. Perfect. Right, we got what? An email. Oh, good. Helen from Swansea. Hello, Helen. She says, as requested, here is my beautiful boy, Archie, just 10 months old with a very long tail. Hasn't he got a long tail? Hope that your beautiful boy is recovering well from his accident. Helen, thank you. He is recovering, but there's still a lot of nerve damage on his leg. So if he's running fast around the house, because we've got to keep him in for another 6 months for that nerve damage to heal. He got hit by a car. I mean, he's lucky to be alive, but when he's running now, he's not putting as much weight on that paw, so he sort of swings his other leg over and just runs on 3 paws. I'm not sure that that's what he's meant to be doing, but he's starting to climb along the back of chairs and things. So yeah, he's getting there. Thank you, Helen. Right, dragons. Chris loves these. He has many a shirt that has these. I think this is such a great range today. What a variety of fabrics. If you have someone that's into anything dragony, Game of Thrones, or maybe they're sort of heavy metal fans or bikers or anything like that, this is perfect. This is your absolute perfect. If you have someone that just doesn't want any more florals in the house, perfect. Bit of flame, bit of dragon, done. Let's start off with this one then. So again, 100% cotton, 44 inches, selvage to selvage. Here we go. If you'd like, all 4, that's what they look like in the bundle. And this is what it looks like in the flesh. Really giving that fiery feel. God, you can practically feel the heat coming off it, can't you? Huh? Looks a bit tribal, the patterning. Yeah. But you can, those colorways just really bringing that heat. Yeah, no, that texture is fabulous. You know, you can really feel that warmth coming off it. $7.49. Do you see it from afar? Look at that. It does look incredibly dramatic. Chris wants to see that as a dress. Thinks that would look amazing. Hot, hot, hot. Again, 100% cotton. It's a stunning print, isn't it? Look at that. Oh yeah. Ooh. Chris loves this, and I'm gonna lay this out here so that we can start to see how these work together. And I think this, well, you see, this is it. I'm thinking, because this one's called Scales, that if you've got someone in your life that loves dragons, what if you made the Joe Carter dragon toy out of this? Then he would have actual scales. Look at that, there you go. So again, 100% cotton, 44 inches wide, selvage to selvage, quilting weight cotton. So yeah, if you've got the pattern for the dragon, you could make yourself a dragon out of this. Perfect. Wouldn't it be great? Or dinosaurs. There's nothing to say that dinosaurs weren't scaly, is there? You could have a scaly dinosaur. I'm sure some did. You could make your own Zog. What do you mean, who's Zog? Julia Donaldson character. Zog, who he was a dragon, and instead of breathing fire to hurt people, he decided to fly and rescue people, help rescue people, with his princess friend who wanted to be a flying doctor rather than just be a princess. Okay, when producer Chris has never heard of Zog, when Clay is old enough, you will have every Julia Donaldson book known to man, and Zog will be up there as one of his favourites. We love Zog in our household. Freddie even has Zog feet. Now this is a fabulous one. So if you want that geometric print, it's got a lot of depth, yes. So black and tan basically in this one. So again, maybe you know, you don't have to have this with all the dragon fabrics. I mean, you could just have this as a lining fabric or something. Imagine that, if you just had a black bag and then had that as the lining when you open it up. Like, ooh, that would be really cool, wouldn't it? Sort of our black PU or something, our pleather. Great to fussy cut. Or even if you just had strips. Hang on, have I got something I can measure 2.5 inch with? I must have, surely. So that's your 2.5 inch size. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, so you would get that in your 2.5 inch strip if you were to cut it. That is very cool. That's very cool. But then you see, if you've got your squares or even your hexes, if you've got that hexie cutter today, amazing. Oh, I like this. Oh, it's do you remember we had that sort of optical illusion fabric? It reminds me a little bit like that because it's got that depth to it. Yeah, do you see what I mean? Yeah, I like it a lot. Now, the last one in this range that we've got for you today. Chris is convinced that he's got a shirt in fabric very similar to this. Doesn't fit him anymore. Oh, hang on, so it's going like this. Can we just spread this over the desk here so you can see? So that's your selvage to selvage. Chris says Mortal Kombat. I don't really understand what he's talking about because I don't really do computer games. So I will give you Zog and you give me Mortal Kombat. I'm assuming that's some kind of computer game. Okay, so I don't do computer games. I've got other stuff to do. But if you do, or you've got someone in your life that do, because they are so incredibly popular, then, I mean, just look at that, it's fiery. They're just amazingly printed. How close can we get to see this? Because the artwork on it is tremendous. So that's what you're getting. Imagine sashing one of those strips. $7.49, flying out, absolutely flying out. I think because we don't often bring fabrics like this to wear. And Chris thinks it's because there's lots of Mortal Kombat fans. But here's the thing, when you start to play with it, and look at how these are going to go. If you're after the whole bundle, hang on, floor manager Laura is off the floor. Laura, Mortal Kombat, is that anything you've ever played? No. See, I'm not alone. No. She's just looked at me and gone, no. No. Jessie, are you a Mortal Kombat fan? 100%, right, okay, good. Is that something that your daughter would play with you? No, 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 no. At what age would that be appropriate? 18, right, okay, good. Right, Tom on cameras, Mortal Kombat, yay or nay?
Back in the day.
Back in the day. Oh, hang on. Are you saying that they're out of date? Are there new ones? Oh, there are lots of Mortal Kombats. I know nothing about these things. Huh? Back in the day? Yeah, yeah.
Video games anymore.
Oh, he doesn't play them anymore. Ah. Is that because you don't have time, or you don't want to, or your wife doesn't want you?
Probably a combination of all of it.
A combination of all of the above. Look at these. Fiery. So mix and match them through with other reds and yellows and creams and blacks. Loads of these flying out. But that's the thing, isn't it? If you want to make a quilt for a gentleman in your life, or anyone who plays Mortal Kombat, as this is apparently half the stock of the dragons gone. Yeah. £7.49. Do you want that out? There it is. So you could, I mean, imagine sashing in this. If you bought a bit of this. Hoo-ha! So if you bought, this is a ½ metre of it. So obviously if you bought 2 units, bring it out to that great long sash. Be awesome. Is that going to sell out? But as it individually, what about the bundle? How's the bundle looking? Okay, the bundle is looking okay at the moment. If you're after this panel, when it sells out, the way to get it will be in the bundle. There you go. So the mega bundle means that you get all 4 of those, and then you've got the exact colours, haven't you? You've got those fiery colours going on, and your scales. Well, I've learnt today that our viewers like Mortal Kombat. Who'd have thunk it, eh? Loads of the bundle in your baskets as well. That's £29.49. There will be someone in your life that will love this. Any Mortal Kombat fan. You know, they might look at Tilda fabric and go, meh, but they might look at this and go, yeah. Why not? Cushions, stuff like that, brilliant. To remind those of you that are multi-buying the bundle, it is pre-cut. Those bundles are pre-cut, ready to go, ready to be posted out. So it won't come as a continuous length. To get it as a continuous length, you have to go into the fabrics individually and add in lengths of that. Right, that is that. I'm going to leave those dragons simmering over there. Let's go back and have a look. Oh, I've stolen a ruler. Let's pop that back. Just clearing as I go. Now, the most popular thing of the hour today is the panel, the cat panel. What a variety. We go from Mortal Kombat to Mortal Pussies. And they're very happy. Are these cats? This is your cool cat panel. You've got birds, you've got butterflies, you've got paw prints, you've got hearts. You could not get further away from fiery dragons if you tried. What happens to the cat in the? What happens to Unikitty in the Lego movie? Does she breathe fire? Do you know what? To be honest, when the Lego movies come on, I go out. I know. Do you know what? Having said that, Everything Is Awesome is a great song. I've now got producer Chris singing "Everything Is Awesome" in my ear. Which is wonderful, but no, it's one of those things. No, I had forgotten about Unikitty. Yeah, this strangely enough didn't evoke that that Lego-based fun. That is your panel. So the panels, again, these are pre-cut panels and not part of the mega bundle either. There we go. Actually, those, I might get a bundle, I might get a panel just to quilt, and then I might get a panel to fussy cut into and to applique. Appliqué, ooh. Cream jumping cats. Cream jumping cats. Is this the most popular? Is it? I don't know which one I thought. I thought the stripe would end up being very popular actually. Half a metre behind is the stripe. Ah, I wasn't far off. So this one and the stripe are the two most popular. It's just gloriously catified, isn't it? There we go. So if you are a cat lover, if you have a friend who is a cat lover, if you know someone who loves their cats and likes a happy cat, or a cool cat, or a jumping cat, or just a cat in a bow tie, or a bandana, or a party hat, then this is the fabric for you. The cat is very patient with the bird sitting on his head. Yep. The wildlife near us is breathing a sigh of relief whilst Theo is on bed rest. The number of times I've had to let birds out the house. Oh yeah, no, he likes to bring them in and share them with us. Yeah, it's not ideal, I'll be honest. You call your cats the Cray twins, that's amazing. Yeah, there's an element of that. We had, before Theo had his crash, we had, Mummy, there's a rabbit in my bedroom. We've got a lot of rabbits, right, but we animals, but we don't have rabbits. Like, no, Freddie, that's wrong. There's not. No, oh no, there is. There is actually a rabbit in your bedroom hopping round. Excellent. So that had to go out before school. Real live rabbit. Still alive, hopping around his bedroom. Yeah. They are very sweet, but not in Freddie's bedroom, just hopping about. Theo has also caught moles. That was one of his, yeah. A live mole in the sitting room is not necessarily what you want. They bite, right? They really bite. How did he get it? Firstly, they've got amazing hearing as well, so quite how he managed to catch one, I have no idea. But then the fact that he just let it go in the sitting room, we had to catch this mole. We put it in a plastic tub and went and set it free. But by the time that we got it to its set free destination, it had chewed the corner out of the plastic tub. I mean, vicious things. Vicious. So yeah. Oh, yours catches slow worms. Ooh. Whatty one? Dorothy's Journey. I was looking at the cats going, I don't know which one that is because it's not in that range. Right, that would be why. Let's go back to Dorothy's Journey. Which one was Dorothy's Journal? Because I was looking at the glitter, I wasn't looking at the names of them. Oh, let's have a look at the whole bundle, why not? Treat yourself. Now, there is a price difference between this one and the other three individually because these have got lots of sparkly, glittery stuff on. Metallic-y stuff. As you can see on the... Oh, yeah, look at that. Nice. That's $32.99 for your Dorothy's Journey. And that's got glittery stuff on too. And then that has got your glittery crown and glittery balloon. Has anyone been in a hot air balloon in here? Anyone? No. Not a massive fan of heights? Well, then that would not be the ultimate adventure day for you then. Okay. The white main fabric, yes, of course. With your yellow brick. So the yellow brick stayed the same colour, it was just her shoes that Hollywood changed. Is that right? Why are there no munchkins in this? Well, this is why we need leaves. Leaves, were there munchkins? Or was that just for the film? And there was the field of poppies as well, wasn't there, where they all fell asleep in the poppies. Huh? Yeah, it was a big sort of poppy. Maybe this is your, mind you, they don't look like poppies, do they? But they're sort of reddy pinky flowers. So if you'd like Dorothy's journey, I'm just enjoying it and just remembering it all. Laura's in. Laura, did you know that in the book, Dorothy's shoes were silver and not red? No. No, you see the liberties that Hollywood takes. Shame on them. What's wrong with a silver pair of slippers? Hey? Red looks better on screen. Right, fine, okay. Dragons, ultra popular this morning. Has it sold out, the one? Oh, we are down to single figures of, which one? Hang on, I'm coming over here. Okay, which one are we down to single figures of? Of the bundle or the Mortal Kombat base? Okay, trademarks and everything else, probably getting lots of trouble saying this is not official Mortal Kombat, but it's just that in Chris's head, we'd like to say this is just personal opinions. I haven't got a clue. When everybody checks out, there's only 1 meter, and that's if people only have 1 unit each. Yeah, you see, Laura, you look as confused as I do. Mortal Kombat, pass me by. No idea. It's just got dragon on it. And beasts. And fire. Fire. Also very popular, the red scales. Do you think, if you've bought it, are you going to make the dragon toy out of the red scales? A dragon or a shirt? Should we make John Scott a dragon scale shirt? That would be amazing. Chris says, never mind that John Scott. What about him? He wants one. He'd love one. He doesn't even like dragons, he just likes the fabric. Now, also very popular is, of course, the mega bundle with all 4 fabrics. We call it mega, but, you know, there are only 4 fabrics in it. I really like this one and this one. All incredibly popular. But you see, this is it. If you have anyone in your life that loves a bit of gaming and this kind of stuff, then this is the perfect fabric to make them something from it. That's absolutely perfect. $29.49. You get a ½ meter of each. Imagine having a bag, like a backpack or something, or a lunchbox bag, and it's got that. Wow. Amazing. Right, coming up after the break, we are quilting tool crazy. I've got some brand new tools for you, things that you never knew you needed until you needed them, and then you needed them. See you after the break.
Here at Sewing Quarter, we like to send all our new customers a free gift to welcome them to the Sewing Quarter family. And for a limited time, we are sending all new customers a gorgeous 2 meter fabric bundle. So if you haven't shopped with Sewing Quarter before, what are you waiting for? Head to our website at www.sewingquarter.com or watch our demonstrations on Freeview Channel 73 or Sky Channel 687.
It's easy to buy the products you see on our shows. To buy any of the items featured on today's programmes, just head over to our website www.sewingquarter.com. Click on the video stream and you'll be taken to our watch page. Here you'll find the product that is on air right now at the top of the page. Beneath that, you'll find all the products demonstrated in this morning's shows. To add an item to your basket, simply log into your account or register with us. Then you can either check out or keep shopping. Remember, our flat rate delivery charge lets you shop all day and check out as many times as you like and only pay once for postage and packing. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 73 and Sky Channel 687.
Learn dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, English paper piecing and much more with our expert guest designers. We have demonstrations daily from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. from top industry experts such as quilting expert Kay Fassett, expert sewist Debbie Shaw, Great British Sewing Bee winner Charlotte Newland, expert toy maker Cara Ackerman, as well as our resident experts Jane Alcock, Amanda Little and Rebecca Reed. All have a wealth of knowledge and love to share their handy tips and techniques. You can watch on Freeview Channel 73, Sky Channel 687 or online at www.sewingquarter.com. Catch up on our YouTube channel too.
We are now accepting applications for the Sewing Quarter Search for a Star competition 2020. If you're thinking about entering, 2019's winner Jenny McCreary is here to tell you about her experience entering the competition, what you can expect from it, and all about her love for sewing.
Hi, my name's Jenny McCreary and I won the Sewing Quarter Search for a Star competition. So a lot of my customers asked me to apply actually, so they're big fans of Sewing Quarter and they had heard about the competition and they said that I should give it a go, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do it, and then turns out enough people ask you to do something, eventually you just cave and do it, so that's why I applied. I actually am a bit of a last minute Larry, so I think on the day, your last day of applying, that's when I was sat at my computer, sorting everything out, getting the video ready. So I shot a wee video of me teaching and then I sent it in and kind of thought, well, I won't hear about that again, but that's fine, that was a nice wee afternoon's work. And then I think it was about a month later, I got an email back saying that I was down to the final. They didn't tell me how many, the final few, and would I like to come for a screen test here in Birmingham? And I thought, okay, that sounds good. But again, still thinking there'll be tons of people and it's never going to happen. And then next thing you know, you're on doing a screen test and then you're on again doing your live audition, and it just all seemed to kind of come out of nowhere. It was a journey, but it was good fun. Well, I have a business called So Confident, so it's good PR for me, obviously, it's good credibility, and we've definitely seen an increase in lots of things like more people knowing who we are, more people coming to the classes, more people inquiring about owning their own studio as well, so it's been really good from a PR perspective for me. I would honestly say if it was even a fleeting thought of, oh, that'd be nice, might apply for that, just do it, because really, what do you have to lose? Absolutely nothing. It's out of the comfort zone, absolutely, but it's good fun. Everyone here is so lovely as well. Like, even if you just got through the first stages, it's just such a nice environment to be in, so definitely just go for it.
If you think you have what it takes to be a Sewing Quarter guest designer, head to our website www.sewingquarter.com for more details.
Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us.
Hello, welcome back. I'm Natasha McCarthy. I'm here for the next hour. This is our final live hour of this morning. Where has today gone? It has absolutely flown by. Yes, no dragon puns intended. After the last hour. Right. Where to start? Let's start with this one. Brand new today. I had to have a go with it, so that's why I've ripped out the packet. Because, I like to see how these things work. This is your needle puller, thread cutter and thimble all in one. What now? Yeah, there's a weird looking thing for you.
It is quite the contraption. Here's the thing, right? So, you know when you've got lots and lots of layers of fabric and you've got to try and pull your needle through, yeah? And sometimes it's a bit tricky. What you do is you put your needle through that, there you go, through that bit there, into that bit, ooh, that bit there. And then can you see, as soon as I press down there, yeah? I don't know how close we can get. So you can grip your needle that's being tricky. You can grip it in there and then pull it through. Or you can push it through, use that as a thimble and push that through. And can you see that little shiny bit there? That is your blade for cutting your thread. So grip your needle and pull it through. Use that as a thimble and then cut your thread there. We've all done it. We've all tried to pull through needles that are having none of it. Now you've got a little tool. It's a great little tool. This is the sort of thing that years ago I would have found in my grandmother's box of gadgets and gone, what is that? What does that do? What does that even do? Pull your needle through, push it through with a thimble, cut your thread. Bing, done. Genius. I don't know, but it's one of those things you didn't know you need until you needed it, and then you need it. And this is it, $6.99. Brand new today. Weird, but wonderful. Thread cutter, thimble. There you go, and see that? That's going to clamp down on your needle. There you put it through. Brilliant, genius. Genius. Another premiere. I'm happy to have a premiere anytime you like. Now, I know a lot of you are dressmakers, so you'll have loved having Debbie in this morning. But I also know that a lot of you want to now start on the quilting side of things, and that's absolutely fine. So we often get questions, where do I start? Where? Here. You start here with your Quilter's 3-piece set. So what this is giving you is a cutting mat, a self-healing cutting mat under there. So one side is imperial, one side is metric. You are also getting a rotary cutter and a 12 by 6.5 inch ruler. Right, Chris, our producer, has been busy in our break and he's gone online to do a price comparison for you, save you having to do it. And this is what he found. We found, here we go. This is on the Long River website. £37.10. That is the cheapest you can get it there. This is it somewhere else, $35.99. Limited stock, probably because we've got it. So $37.10 and $35.99. What's our price today? $19.99. That's nearly half. That's amazing. What a great place to start. I tell you what, sometimes we just, great little starter gift. Maybe you've got someone in your life that thinks they might give it a go. Maybe they've been inspired by some of your quilts and go, oh, don't know where to go. Don't know where to start. Here. Start here for under £20. That's brilliant. 45mm ruler. Hang on. Six and a half by 12 inch. Obviously I'm not going to take that all of the packaging. And then this is your double-sided cutting mat. So you've got inches that side. And this is what I like about it, look, because you really know when you're going centimetres because it goes pinky red. Loads going into baskets. Even if you just have this as a kit that you put away to go to workshops or something, you've got a spare rotary cutter, you've got a spare quilting ruler, you've got a spare cutting mat, jobs are good 'un. Perfect. Perfect. Well, that's absolutely perfect. $35.99 was the cheapest that we found it after a quick look. By all means, rummage further, but that was just our first impressions were, whew, we are much better value. There you go. That is your Quilters 3-piece set. $19.99. Pop it in your basket and enjoy that great price. Next, Chris, what would you like to do? The what? You want to do a book? Shall we? Oh, the guillotine. Hang on, before we go anywhere else, you need to see this. Because this is another great place to start. And I'm going to pull this out as well. Right, I'm going to use this cutting mat because I love it. And it's as simple as that, really. So, cutting mat and Fiskars cutting ruler, sort of guillotine-y type thing, but without it being a guillotine action, if you will. So what we've got here is a 12.5 inch by 12.5 inch square base in here, like that, including this. So this makes up your 12.5 inch. If you have children around and you're worried to use or if you want to get kids crafting, if you want to get them cutting out squares and sewing things together, then get yourself one of these. Or if you're just worried about using a rotary cutter, or if you're worried about cutting a straight line with a rotary cutter, or if your gripping is an issue, then this is the way to go. This is absolutely perfect. So here we go. This blade in here runs on this roller. Okay, so that's just going to run along there. So you cannot do anything other than cut a straight line. You can't, because it's on there. Blah, 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 blah. Not going anywhere. Now, the blade will only engage, there's your blade there, but you see, look, that's not there. It will only engage when I press down. Okay, it's pressure activated. There, like that. And that's not taking a lot of pressure. Doesn't have to be with your fingers, it can be with the palm of your hand. So this is what happens. Neaten up your edges. Have the bottom of your fabric in line with one of those. Like that. Pull that up to the top. Press down. Push away from you. Done. Now, flip your fabric over. I want to do a 2.5 inch strip. Of course you do. Of course you do. There we go. So I would line that up. And they do give you a nice solid line there for that 2.5 inch, because they know you're going to be cutting 2.5 inch strips. And don't be fooled in thinking that's not 2.5 inch strip. No, no, no. It's up to this line here. All of these measurements are taken from this line here. Perfect. Perfect. Maybe you have got one of your June Tailor things and you're going, right, start with a 4 inch strip, yes. And they're so clear and easy to see where they are. There, like that. And there it goes. It is so simple to use. There you go, there's your 4-inch. And then if you wanted to cut yourself a little charm pack or something like that, take off your edges, swing it around, or if you've got a rotating cutting mat, even better, and go right, 4-inch. Now all I'm doing is making sure that that edge is under that line and that edge goes along there, cut, done. And I've gone through multiple layers here as well. So line up a right angle nicely on there, cut, done, done. It's really easy, really simple, really effective. This is how I started out cutting squares. Absolutely love it. This is actually, oh there you go, I've gone through 4 layers in one there, so there's 8 4x4 squares ready to go. Perfect, up to you. And you can also square up easily with this. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You've got all those markings on there for you to see. So you've got your 45-degree line, your 60-degree line, your 30-degree line. You've got all of those, and you've also got these areas here where you can just have them so that they line up and you can cut back. Just fantastic. Love this little piece of kit. Do you know what it was? The bigger version is actually how our warehouse started cutting our fabric. Yeah, because you could only cut a straight line. Because the first lot in our warehouse had never cut fabric, and then suddenly they've got this job where they've got to cut a whole load of fabric, and they were worried about cutting it squiffy, so they all had one of those, the longer one, so they could just whoosh, go through the fabric. So they had marks on the desk to give you your ½ meter and your meter lengths, and off they went. Little known fact. There you go. So if it's good enough for a warehouse and you think how much fabric they would cut, it's a really great place to start, and also really safe for kids as well. And of course, if you want to use it with your paper crafting, you can just change the blade, and that is so easy to change as well. You just undo there, take that off, put a new blade on. Easy, easy peasy. I love mine. It is worth every penny of your $49.99. It's great. So I can let Freddie cut stuff, and I know that he's not going to hurt himself, where there is absolutely no way on earth that I would let him cut out using a rotary cutter. Just not. In fact, you know what? That's just reminded me. You know when we had lovely Michelle from Lewis and Irene in? Yes, I bought Freddie the panel for the elf. You know, with the elf bed and sleeping bag and everything in. I can give him that to cut everything out with. Yes. Good, right. What next? Oh, the cutting mat. We should probably show you this. Because it's pink, and everyone loves pink, right? Well, I love pink. And it also shows you how great value that quilter's 3-piece kit is, because this is the same size. I mean, it's pink. You've got centimetres one side. Hannah, oh, why do I always call her Michelle? I just want to call her Michelle. I did that on the day. I've always wanted to call her Michelle, and I don't know. Sorry, Hannah. Such an idiot. I know, but you know, because now I've got it in my head. I will always, and sometimes when you misname someone, that's it, she will always be Michelle. And I'm saying it knowing it's wrong. Hannah. Sorry, Hannah. Sorry. I think I did say to you on the day, I want to call you Michelle. I don't think she minded. Right, because she's lovely. This is your alpha. Inches one side, centimetres the other. 2-inch strip there. Inch strip. So this is $14.99 for this one rotary cutter, rotary cutting mat rather, cutting mat. But if you want the mat, the ruler and the rotary cutter, I don't know how we got it at such a good price actually. That's incredible value, isn't it? Do you want to have another look at it? Whoop. So look, same size mat. This is pink. Yeah, so the offer's got centimetres one side, inches on the other. So basically, if you want pink, go for that. If you want great value, go for this. I'm not saying that's not great value, it's pink. But this is cracking value. So same size rotary cutting mat. It is A3 size, the mat. You've got your ruler, which is 6.5 inches by 12 inches. And you've got a rotary cutter with a blade in there ready to go. And you've got inches one side on your mat, centimetres all across the back on that one. Just brilliant. Just brilliant. Great value. Quilted bags and gifts. Let's have a good look at this, shall we? If you've got any questions about anything, by the way, message in. If I can answer it, then I will. If I can't, then I'll be honest. 36 classic, well, there's no point in claiming I can do stuff I can't. 36 classic quilting projects to make and give. Perfect. Have you started your Christmas makes yet? £36 projects for £13 basically, which is great value. Now what I like about this is 36 pence project. It's great, isn't it? Are we going overhead or are we going? Okay. Really easy pictures to follow. So the illustration's really clear. And then when you get to your projects, again, incredibly clear and easy to follow. So you get the photo of what it is you're going to make, and then you get illustrations to show you how to do it, which is lovely. So you build it up bit by bit. So, well, there you go. If you are English paper piecing, and you're going, well, I don't know what's about, I don't want to make a whole quilt because that would take me years. But you could do your English paper piece any size hexes there, and then just trim them back. Perfect. And you've got suddenly a great gift. Here we are. So lots of options in here. 36 in fact. I like that bag. The swivel hook tote. It's nice, isn't it? So you can have it like that, or you can have it like that. It's good, isn't it? Bowling bag. Do people still take their own bowls to bowling? If you're bowling bag. Oh, there you go, look at that, isn't that lovely? Oh, look at that one. Imagine that in some of our batiks. It'd be amazing, wouldn't it? So lots of different ideas in here. You've got a lovely house on there, placemats, great gifts, new home gift. Oh look, now here we go. If you wanted to just have a go at a bit of English paper piecing, then why not do something like a purse? There you go. And if you've got some of our purse tops, now this book is very limited, so check out. And oh look, I mean, who doesn't want an owl badge? I know I do. They've made it as a coin purse, but I would actually have that as a badge. Oh no, you see we've got Chris directing now, not producer Chris, different Chris, just to confuse everybody. And he says that his daughter's favourite is an owl. So would that be her thing? Would she love that? How old is she? She's 7. Oh, well, owls are perfect when you're 7. There or thereabouts. There, yeah. We won't, you know, quibble over a year or so. It's fine. Great gifts for people that you know who sew. I like the elephant tape measure case. There you go. Quilt As You Go sampler, love it. Lots of things in there, and then you get all of your templates in the back. By the way, there's a whole load of templates in the back there. All in there. What should we do next? Yes, 28mm rotary cutter, here it is. Oh, this is what Debbie was saying earlier, wasn't it? So Debbie was saying that if you're going to start rotary cutting out your patterns for your dressmaking, maybe go with a 28mm, because you might have better control over it if you're not used to a rotary cutter. And so here it is, $10.99. You see, that is less expensive than a pair of posh shears, isn't it, for a start? Yeah. But you will need a cutting mat. But then a lot of people work on cutting mats anyway. You can get your rotary. Have we got the rotary blade sharpener? But we've got it on the website, so you can do that. Lots of you have bought it, so if you've already got that, then you'll be able to sharpen your blade anyway. $10.99. So, got soft grip. You just pull that back to open the blade, and then push that back as soon as you finish cutting. So it's there, so it's really easy. If you want it for a left hand, then you just switch it. Simple, simple. There we go. Now, having some spare blades is always good. Always good. These are 45mm replacement blades, and we've got a pack of 3 for you. Because, you know, like you change your needle when you start sewing a new project, if you're doing a lot of cutting, swap your blade over. Yeah, and it is a nice storage case. I've got a few of these storage cases, and I've write on permanent ink on one of them for my old blades. Because in our house, I've got new blades, old blades which become paper blades, and then need throwing away blades. So they have 3 lives. Fabric first, then paper, and then they go. Yeah, really good dead. Yeah, that's it. $7.95, and that's your set of 3 rotary cutters. That's your cutter blades. Maybe you want a pinking one. So maybe you're going to be working with a fabric. Maybe you've laid out your bag making or something. Maybe you've used a linen and it's just a little bit frayy. Then pop a rotary blade in like that, which is going to pink at the same time. It's got that scalloped edge. Easy way to pink, absolutely, for $6.99. When you think that the Fiskars pinking shears are $29.99? Are they $29.99 or $39.99? More than $6.99 anyway. Then it's handy to have in your stash. Oh, now, a lot of you complain that we don't do enough for left-handed people. Left-handers, listen to this, because complain no more. Am I allowed to open these? It's just they've been sellotaped down. Bear with me, this right-hander can't get in this left-handed packaging. This is your left-handed 8-inch fabric shear. As we now know, apparently only left-handed people can actually get in there. This is where I discover it's been opened from the bottom and I'm just trying to rip it from the top. Come on, shears. I did not know Debbie's fact this morning that shears have got different shaped handles, because I said, what actually is the difference? I'd never thought about it until that moment. These are a thing of beauty. So if you are left-handed and quite frankly you would like to celebrate the fact that you're left-handed and buy yourself one of the prettiest pair of scissors out there. Not scissors, shears, because they've got, then look at that. Oh yes. Oh, beautiful. Now these will be shears for life because you've got that little bit there so that you can undo them. You can send these off to be professionally sharpened if you wish. You would, wouldn't you? If you were spending that money on them, then you'd get them properly sharpened. But they are Tulip pinks. She's got all the colour in there. What an amazing gift. If you started buying your Christmas shopping and you've got someone left-handed in your life, then maybe, just maybe, this is the treat for them. Maybe, maybe. Oh, treat yourself. Or someone you know and love. I love those. It is my dream to one day have all of the Tulip Pink range of scissors because they're so beautiful. I won't have those though because they're left-handed. I'm not left-handed. There you go. I will not have opened yours. It's okay. Right, let's have a look at another book. This one, Quilted Throws, Bags and Accessories 28 projects, featuring squares, log cabins, hexagons, diamond spools and more. So you've got everything from your traditional quilting techniques, patchwork, English paper piecing, appliqué, master quilter. Sane Kono creates charming collections of quilts, bags and accessories to make and to give. 54p a project. So Sane, I don't know if I've pronounced that correctly, is a Japanese quilter and fabric designer. But look at that, isn't that lovely? I do love English paper piecing, you might have known because I always seem to gravitate towards them. But that's tiddly tiny. Tiddly tiny. Oh, look at that tapestry. Well, you see, that's just it though, isn't it? Because producer Chris says he doesn't know that he'd have the patience to do anything that small. Well, then just do a little something like that. And then that's personalised. You can fussy cut. And maybe you're giving gift vouchers or something for Christmas. It's nice to put in something personalised. Then why not? Lots of ways to use them. And then giving you all these different applique ideas here. Have we ever done that one? Well, you could have that centerpiece as a panel in your quilt. It's really pretty, this one. Look at that floral lace basket. Yeah, garden rose quilt. Tools and materials that you're going to need. Basic Japanese quilting techniques. And there you go, step-by-step guides and instructions. So your beginning bit shows you the projects, then you get all of the instructions in the back. A little bit like Kaif does with his. He has sort of a coffee book in the front. That's your apple core techniques for your English paper piecing apple cores. And then you get all of your instructions all in there so that you can make everything. It's a really lovely book. And then in the back, there are all your patterns. There's a lot of patterns in here. Whee! There you go, so they all pull out and then you can trace them off or do whatever you want. It's really good. For $14.99, that's incredible value for all of that. Piece of plastic in my hand, there we go. So if you want some beautiful ideas, go for it. Oh, how do we miss that one? Really lovely. There you go. Pop it in your basket. $14.99. John James needles. Should we have we got a mega bundle of 4? Here we go. So John James is British needle manufacturers based near us in Redditch. We call it the ditch, where we're going down to the ditch. So you have got your curved quilting needles for going through all those layers. You have got big eye quilting needles. You have got, and then 2 different types of quilting needles with different sizes in them for $4.49. That's great value. For UK-based company John James. Got to support UK-based. So they are your curved quilting needles. So if you're hand quilting and you're going through lots of layers, then you might want to go with those. There we are. Then you've got big-eyed quilting needles. And then you've got there you go, size 10s. And then a variation of 5 through to 10. We don't have loads of these, but if you're buying those, if you know that you're going to go through lots of layers and you think you might struggle, get yourself this. Do you remember we had this right at the start? So if you're going to go through lots of layers, maybe your hands, you might struggle a little bit, then here we go. You can see there. Pop your needle in that gap there, clamp it down and pull. So push down, clamp and pull. Then you've got your thimble there for them pulling through, and then if you would like to, then you've also got your thread cutter in there. Safe thread cutting, and that's brand new today. So your John James needles, if you're quilting through lots and lots of layers and you might need a helping hand, grab the other tool, but they are your John James quilting needles bundle. Now the size 10-eyed are available on their own. Is that the big-eyed ones? Yes. Which are these ones? 12 of those. Size 10. And that's £1.49. If you've got your basket open, you may just well pop it in. The quilted bags and gifts, that one. Only one of those left. So if you were after that today, please do check out. Don't miss out on that. Check out, check out. Should I pop that to one side? Is that likely to sell out? Should I pop it to one side? Yeah. There we go. Well done. Do you what? Ironing. Mini iron. We spoke about this earlier, didn't we, Debbie and I? Saying how we love the Prim Mini Iron. Here it is. This is your Prim Mini Steam Iron. Comes in a little handy bag like that with full instructions. And then you wrap the cord around there. You can even, if you don't want that to go anywhere, you can fix that through there so that it doesn't run away anywhere. This is one that looks like a mouse. There are better reasons to buy it than for the fact that it just looks like a mouse. Oh, it looks like a sander. Yeah, I remember those. Yeah, the Black & Decker hand sanders. Yep, I remember them. Okay, so this is, it does look like, there we go, like a little mouse. But up here, you've got your steam function button there, so you can press that on or off for steam. You fill it through that, So you just take that out, and it comes with a little jug that you can fill it up with. Then you can set it to whatever temperature setting you like. Have steam on or off. It is small but mighty, this little one. It's just brilliant. $39.99, so many of our guests use it. And like I say, you can click that steam on or off. It's entirely up to you. And you know when it's reached maximum temperature because the lights come on. Or go off rather. Full instructions and a little water jug come with it. There you go, ours have seen better days, I'll be honest. It's been in the bag. It's been well used, this one. It is 2.5 years old. Yeah, and we use it a lot. And then when you are ready to go, just wrap it around. So really convenient. If space is of a premium, then this might be the one to go for. There you go. Click that in there. Put it in your bag after it's cool, and off you go. Ta-da! Right, next up, Chris. The ironing board, this one. Which ironing board? Which one are you talking about? Ironing board. This is your ironing pad. Now, we had the mini version of this at the weekend, but what, sorry? Did it sell out? Okay. Imagine taking this with you to workshops anyway. You can just fold it. Just fold it, pop it in your bag, and off you go. So if you've got your mini iron, then you can go off to all of your workshops, take it with you, perfect. It's got a non-slip grip on the bottom. But here's the thing, this is your reflective top. So that's going to give you a lovely crisp finish because that will reflect the heat straight back into your seam and give you a lovely crisp top. So you can take that with you. Now underneath here, this is basically going to protect your surface. Yeah. Now look, you know, I don't. Yeah, you can pick it up and just fold it up because that just layers and layers and layers there. That's going to reflect the heat back up. So it is, you can just wrap. And also, if you've got a hot iron, you can just wrap it in there and take it, which is great. Especially if you're that person that's the last one ironing at the end of a workshop. Just wrap your iron in it and take it away. $36.99 because that heat is not going to come through to here. That's what it's made for. So $36.99 for this, and it's really handy. You can wrap your iron in it, like I say, at the end of a session. Pop it in there, wrap it all up, and just take it with you. It's very clever, and that iron is on as well. Turn that off. Perfect. Now, apparently I've got somewhere an ironing board. We go and have a look. Ah, here it is. Oh, these were asked for, weren't they, when we first came to wear? My goodness, these were really requested. Because you can have at any height. It's a little ironing board, as you can see, just the right size for all your little bits and bobs. If you're dressmaking, it's a great size as well. And it's just $9.99 for your tabletop ironing board, and then just folds away really discreetly, pop it down the side of your workplace, or you don't even have to put the legs on. You can just use that there. Sally Stevens does have this one, you're quite right. $9.99 for this. There. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Perfect. Pop it in your basket. But, and it's, yeah, I mean, just, you're going to be able to store it just down there. Or actually, even if you've got kids that are going off to university, send them off with a little mini ironing board like that. Yeah. Now, your wool pressing mats. You might have heard Victoria Peat when she came back on the 23rd, on Monday, she was back with us, saying that this was her gift to herself when they moved. She bought herself a little going away gift. And this is it. Because the wool, this is 90% wool, 10% polyester. It retains your heat and steam, making pressing far easier. It's very, very portable, so for pressing your blocks, perfect. You can pin directly into it, which is fabulous. You can use it next to your sewing machine. It's small, it's convenient, and you've got a real firm surface there. Look at the depth of that. So it's not going to damage the surface underneath. And that is one 8.5 by 8.5 inch mat. It's $21.99. If you're allergic to wool, maybe don't get it. It's definitely wool. So that's $21.99. But again, Victoria Peat swears by hers, absolutely loves it. If you're doing even smaller things and you need a smaller mat, for tiddly tiny projects, or if you're doing something on a workshop and you want a really tiny mat, then here's the tiddly tiny one. But again, it's that same thing of managing to retain the heat. Well, wool's an insulator, isn't it, for a start? So wool is an insulator, so it's going to retain that heat so that you get a really, really crisp seam. And that's $7.99 for your 4-inch mini pressing board. It might be that you start off with this, just see what all the hype's about, and then get your bigger one. Or you may just go straight and go, just going to go get the big one. It's up to you. There we are. Fabulous. What else do we want to look at? Quilt hangers. I love these. All of my quilts at home are hung with these. You can paint them, you can varnish them, but they do not damage your quilts. If you've gone to the effort of making your quilts, you do not want them damaged. So you can paint them whatever, they're just wood finished. They hang up on your walls, just hang them onto your bolts like that. But look, can you see the marble inside? We got a quilt to hand, and I can show how they work. Yeah, if you've got, I can show with this how basically how it works. You basically slide your fabric in. Don't know if we can see. Can we show the marble? Here we are. So slide the fabric in like that, and then with the weight of the fabric, it pulls the marble down, but it encapsulates that fabric behind. And then, so it doesn't damage your fabric, you're not putting holes or anything in it. And then when you need to take it down, you pull it out to the side. It's very clever, very clever. I like it a lot. And $10.99 to stop your quilts from getting damaged. And also then you can just put a different quilt up. It's easy. It's really great. $10.99. Paint them to whatever colour you want, or just leave them. I've just left mine like that. That's it. Yeah, I like the wood effect. I do. I do. Yes, if we're talking about not damaging things, maybe you missed out on our early bird this morning that had wonder clips in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they're just close together on this side. 10 wonder clips. They did sell out very, very quickly this morning, the Gutermann version. These are your clover ones. Now these vary slightly to the other ones. They are bright yellow, so you're not going to miss them, you're not going to leave them in your project. But where these are very limited, yes. Where these differ slightly from the others is that they've got your markers underneath so that you can put them in at certain increments. Now I forget on these what these increments are. So it's a 1/2 inch from there to there, and then you've got a 1/4 inch. So if you know how far you want your binding to go, then you can clip them on. Say you want your binding to be a 1/2 inch, then you can clip that in by a 1/2 inch, and then if you're sewing, you know where you are. But it's £7.99 for a pack of 10. They're very, very useful. They have got 5mm, 7mm and 10mm increments. That's 3/8, a 1/4 inch and 3/16 markings on there for you so that you can measure those. They are flat on the bottom, so they just glide along, but they do hold things in place, an absolute treat. And especially your quilt bindings, that's where I was using mine the other day, quilt bindings, bags as well, if you've got bags and you've got lots of layers, or even if you're just working with a vinyl or with a faux leather or a leather that you don't want to put pin marks in, reach for your clips. It won't damage your fabric. So that's £7.99. There we go. Right. Where would I find those? Here we go. Nope, not there. This is your 1/4 seam rule. This innocuous little thing. But like, what is that? What is that all about? That is a 1/4 inch square. So, not for stirring tea, Chris, at all. If you are, don't use it for your tea, it's a spoon for that. If you are, or your coffee either, unsure about your 1/4 inch, maybe you're just starting out and you're going, I don't know where my 1/4 inch is, then you can mark it off. Very easily. Get yourself a pen that works. This was just one that I found in my trolley. Where did that fabulous pen go from earlier? But, well, there you go. You can see that's marked, sort of. But you get a pen that actually works. I don't know who. And it just adds 1/4 inch. Ah, there we go. Adds 1/4 inch. And you've got then your guideline. You've got your sewing line. Easy peasy. And it's amazing the number of times that you'll actually get around to using that. Perfect. For £1.99, never sew a wobbly seam again. Well, I can't guarantee that, but it's a great starting point at least. Right, now then, what's this? Let's have a look at this. What's this? Ah, this is your iron-on interlining with inch increments. I have a confession to make. Producer Chris is worried. I put on, I think it was on our fan page the other day, I put on a finished inch square project that I was just starting using little scraps of K facet fabric. Yep, okay. And everyone's like, oh, it's so perfectly done. No, I cheated. I did it this way. So what you do, no, I know. But what you do is you cut your little squares and you use that grid to then iron them on so that they're then interfaced, and then you sew them in strips on that. And it just gives you the perfect finish. So you're not messing around with tiddly tiny pieces. And that's a metre piece of it. And that's £9.49. Just so you know, that's a great way of doing those times. And I just do it just for little pouches and wallets and things like that. And what else? Makeup bags, things like that. Christmassy gifts. Yeah. Or if you're asked by the PTA to make a few things for a tombola or a raffle or something. Easy. Wadding is another thing. It's another core, isn't it, that we use. We use it in our bag making, we use it in our quilting, we use it in our toy stuffing. There it is. That is your premium polyester craft wadding. You just have it in your stash. Toys, cushions, everything. £5.99. Pop it in. It's not very exciting, but it's an essential. Yeah. Yeah. I should have some what? Oh, basil, yeah. Now this is your light fusible batting. Fuses in place where a slide padded look is desired. This is your Bosal light fusible batting. That's how much you're getting. It's quite a lot. And on one side you've got tiddly tiny, and I very much doubt our cameras will pick it up, but tiddly tiny little white glue dots. Oh, there you go. I take that back. You can kind of see. That is your fusible side. And so look, oh, it's really warm actually, even just lying on it, it feels really warm. And so if you just want a little bit of light quilting, then that's way $16.99. Fuse it in place, great for bag making, things like that. Should we have a look what's on tomorrow? Are we at that time already? Oh, okay. Curved safety pins. If we're talking quilting, let's talk safety pins. Here we go. These have not been squashed, sat on, or anything else. They are meant to be this shape. So you know how we had those quilting needles, curved quilting needles? Those earlier? This is kind of the safety pin version. So if you quilt, if you hand based with pins, then look, they go up 3 layers, in and then scoot back up. And you get 150 of those for $4.99. But these are your basting curved safety pins for your quilting. There's a lot of those in there. That one's open, that's dangerous. There we go. Now, the star of the hour, which has been incredibly popular, has of course been the Quilting Starter 3-piece kit, where you get an A3 cutting mat, inches one side, centimetres the other. What a great gift. And then you're also getting a 12 by 6.5 inch ruler, and you're getting a 45mm rotary cutter, all in for $19.99. $19.99! The cheapest we found it online was $35.99 at a quick glance. If you rummage around, you might be able to find it elsewhere, but at a quick glance, this was what we found. Price comparisons, we found this, and again, they've got limited stock, that's because we've got the rest of it. That was the cheapest we found it. So $35.99 or £37.10. Exactly the same kit. That's it on the centimetre side, that's why it's red. Here it is. Much cheaper. You can buy it here, or you can pay an extra £17 and buy it elsewhere. Or an extra £16. Still loads of you have got it in your baskets if you want it. What a great kit just to keep for workshops or to gift for someone new to quilting, or maybe you are that person that's thinking about coming over to quilting. And of course, if you're a new buyer today, maybe this is the first thing you're buying, then you'd get an extra 2 meters of fabric as a new buyer today. Now let's have a look at what we've got coming up tomorrow. Okay, oh, Lisa Lamb. Do you know what? I've not worked with Lisa yet. I'm very excited for that. No. I am in for a treat. So I've got Lisa's convertible bag. Then we've got the Twisted Cat's Tail quilt panel with Joy. And then again, a new Queen Bee bag from Lisa Lamb. And then Anna Maria's Flight Map quilt. Fabulous. And then back in stock, it's the machine you've all been waiting for. It's the Elna 680 Plus. It's back, it's in stock, it's on the shows tomorrow. So if you have been waiting, and I know so many of you have been waiting for that Elna machine to come back into stock, you are in luck because it goes online tomorrow for you. So remember, check out those baskets, make sure you've got everything in there that you need. And join me. 8 o'clock tomorrow for a lovely early bird. See you then. Bye-bye.
Here at Sewing Quarter, we like to send all our new customers a free gift to welcome them to the Sewing Quarter family. And for a limited time, we are sending all new customers a gorgeous 2-meter fabric bundle. So if you haven't shopped with Sewing Quarter before, what are you waiting for? Head to our website at www.sewingquarter.com or watch our demonstrations on Freeview Channel 73 or Sky Channel 687. Introducing Box 2 of Sewing Quarter's exclusive Aurifil thread collection, the Vintage Collection. This collection of vintage shades and subtle hues has been handpicked by our team of designers at Sewing Quarter. They are sure to complement your collection of fabrics and enhance any quilting project. A must-have thread set for all serious quilters. Head to the Sewing Quarter website to shop now.
Sewing Quarter's Christmas Advent Calendar is here and available for you to pre-order. Filled with 24 surprise gifts from brands such as Aurifil, Liberty, Metler and John James. There is a treat every day in the run-up to Christmas. And for every person who pre-orders the Advent Calendar, we will be giving you a free Christmas SQ pin badge. You will receive this when you place your order, and then your Advent Calendar will be posted out to you in October when it is officially launched. You can pre-order your Sewing Quarter Christmas Advent Calendar online now at www.sewingquarter.com or through our UK call centre on 0800 112 44 33.
Join us for our early bird special. Every day at 8 a.m. we will offer you an incredible saving on a fantastic product. This offer is for one day only and while stocks last, so join us early to not miss out on some incredible savings.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Sewing Quarter. I'm Natasha McCarthy and I'm here ready with your early bird special. So for those of you that are up and early